We start the dizzy spin of the Wheel of Fortune. Around, around she goes, and where she stops, nobody knows. Now first, 4 youngsters, a nice suit. The Hoboken Four. Just think of I don't know. They seem so happy, I guess, and it's everybody else happy. Tell me, where do you work in Hoboken?
Well, I worked in a silk mill.
I see.
This Patty here was a page in the curb market.
I see. And what about the other one?
Well, Jimmy, he's in his father's ice cream parlor. And this fellow here never worked at all.
I'm Frank, Major. We're looking for jobs. How about it? Everyone that's ever heard us liked us. We think we're pretty good.
When somebody loves you, it's no good unless he loves you all the way.
Welcome to Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. Hi, this is Gene Norman. For the next 2 hours, we're going to bring you the first of a 4-part series featuring the remarkable story of one of the most highly respected singers in American musical history. Colorful, flamboyant, controversial. Those are just a few of the adjectives bestowed on Frank Sinatra during his career. A career that has spanned more than 4 decades. More than any other singer, Frank Sinatra has lived the life he sings about. He's a true autobiographical singer. That's something you'll hear very clearly as we trace his early big band days with Harry James and Tommy Dorsey. The teen idol years when he sent the nation's Bobby Soxers swooning to his intimate ballads. Then the swinging years when his music and life hit a new tempo. And then finally, the retrospective years when he sings with a very independent spirit. What you'll hear is the musical epic of a champion, a man of assurance who has always held the key between audience and performer. Frank Sinatra is a man unsurpassed in the art of popular singing. The combination of fighter and vulnerable romantic have melded in his performances to make him the very best. This is his story.
So if you let me love you, it's for sure I'm gonna love you all the way. All the
way. Shine and sway your bluesy. Why don't you shine? Start with your shoesy. Shine each place up, make it look like new. Boom, 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 boom. Shine your face up. I want to see you wear a smile at you. Oh, shine your D's and dozy. You'll find everything turn out right fine. Folks will shine up to you. Everybody's gonna hide you, do you? You'll make the whole world chocolate drops. Let me hear you. Folks will shine up to you. Everybody's gonna hide you, dear. You'll make the whole world shine.
Shine and sway your bluesy.
Ah,
Shine, start with your shoesy.
ah,
You'll make the whole world shine.
What you've just heard is one of the first times Frank was heard on radio. The show was Major Beau's Amateur Hour. Bose put him with 3 other boys, named them the Hoboken Four, and presented them on his program from New York's Capitol Theater on September 8, 1935. The Amateur Hour's phone-in audience voted the Hoboken Four their favorites, and that vote gave them the chance to travel across the country to seek their musical recognition. But let's start from the very beginning. Francis Albert Sinatra, an only child, was born December 12, 1915 in Hoboken, New Jersey, to Martin Anthony Sinatra and Natalie Garavanti. His father, a former prize fighter and tavern owner, wanted his boy equipped for the battle, while his mother was more interested in seeing that her boy received a good education and dressed well. The streets were his school of life, and the kids called him Slacksy due to his always polished appearance. Even before he was a teenager, Frank collected records and photos of singers. He first sang in public at a local dance at Demarest High School. By the early 1930s, he had acquired a strong determination to become a singer, a determination which really took full force after seeing his great idol, Bing Crosby, at a local vaudeville house. Despite the disappointment of his parents, Frank quit high school and began singing on weekends. His dad tried hard to get him a regular job on a newspaper, but that was short-lived. Beginning in 1933, Frank began a 6-year struggle for recognition in the world of music. A struggle that meant occasional nightclub jobs for as little as $3 a night and the battle of amateur talent contests in local movie houses. Those were rough times for Frank, but it made him more determined than ever to really make it. When we return, you'll hear Frank's very first recording. Welcome back to Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. Because of Frank's experience on the Major Bowes Amateur Hour, he now knew the importance of radio and began making the station rounds. He even offered to fill in free for regular performers. Within a year, he was singing on 18 different radio shows on 5 different stations, and all without pay. In 1938, this led to an offer from a New Jersey roadhouse called the Rustic Cabin. Frank was required to be master of ceremonies, occasional singer, and even occasional waiter. But there were 2 big inducements, a paycheck of $15 a week and a nightly radio show. Through this period, he had the steady encouragement of one person, his childhood sweetheart, Nancy Barbato. When his salary was raised to $25 a week, he proposed. Yes, they were married on February 4th, 1939. The day before the wedding, Frank made a demonstration record. It was never released commercially, but the song underlines the autobiographical side of many of Frank's recordings. Here is his very first recording, a rare collector's item that you've probably never heard before, Our Love.
Our love, I feel it everywhere. Through the night time, it is the message of the breeze. Our love is like an evening prayer. I can hear it in every whisper of the tree. And so you're always near to me, wherever you may be. I see your face in stars above as I dream on in all the magic of our love. In all the magic of our love.
During his time at the rustic cabin, Frank never lost sight of his goal, to sing with a famous big band. He worked at the cabin for a year and a half, and just before his last day, Harry James came in to hear him. James was forming a band at the time and needed a boy singer. He listened to Frank, was impressed with his handling of a lyric, and signed the young singer to a 2-year contract at a momentous $75 a week. His first appearance with Harry James was at the Hippodrome Theater in Baltimore on June 30th, 1939. Then, on July 13th, Frank made his first commercial recording with the band for Brunswick Records.
From the bottom of my heart, I love you. What more can I say? From the bottom of my heart, I need you. You're part of my day, my inspiration is you alone to call my own. I love you, from the bottom of my heart, I want you. It's you I adore. Every moment we're apart, I miss you. And darling, what's more, I'd be on my way to heaven if you'd say I love you from the bottom of my heart. Bottom of my heart, oh, I miss you. It's you I adore. Every moment we're apart, I want you. And darling, what's more, I'd be on my way to heaven if you'd say I love you from the bottom of my heart.
Frank was now on his way. When we come back, he sings his first big hit during an appearance at the 1939 New York World's Fair. This is Gene Norman, and this is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. The Harry James Band, although not yet one of the top bands in the country, helped Frank gain some critical attention, especially when they remained for a whole summer at the Roseland Ballroom in Manhattan, and then later at the New York World's Fair. On the evening of September 14th, the band was heard in a national radio broadcast.
Frank Sinatra is going to sing it, and it's all or nothing at all.
nothing at all. Half a love never appealed to me. If your heart never could yield to me, then I'd rather have nothing at all. Or nothing at all. If it's love, there is no in-between. Why begin and cry for something that might have been? No, I'd rather have nothing at all. Oh, please don't bring your lips so close to my teeth. Don't smile or I'll be lost beyond recall. The kiss in your eyes and the touch of your hand makes me weak. And my heart may grow dizzy and fall. And if I fell under the spell of your call, I would be caught in the undertow. And so you see, I've got to say no, no. All or nothing at all. Nothing at all.
While with the James Band, Frank recorded 10 songs. One of the most unusual is our next selection, a tune the band usually performed as an instrumental. Here is Frank's version of Cheery Berry Ben.
When the moon hangs low in Napoli, there's a handsome gondolier. Every night he sings so happily, so his lady love can hear. In a manner so bravissimo, he repeats his serenade. And his heart beats so fortissimo when she raises her Venetian shade. Chiribiribin, 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 he waits for her each night beneath her balcony. Chiribiribin, he begs to hold her tight, but no, she won't agree. Chiribiribin, she throws a rose and blows a kiss from up above. Chiribiribin, 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 they're so in love. Cherubim, 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 they're so in love.
All told, the Sinatra-James association was a good one. But when the singer had a chance to leave for a spot in the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra, Harry encouraged him to take the job in spite of the fact that Frank had a year and a half left on the contract. This change was one of the major turning points in Frank Sinatra's career. On February 1st, 1940, in Chicago, Frank recorded his first Dorsey side for RCA Victor. The Sky Fell Down.
The sky fell down when I met you. The green of the countryside has turned to blue. I had the moon right on my fingertips, and when first we kissed, there were stars on your lips. To be with you just made it seem that walking on snowy clouds was not a dream. You gave to me all this and heaven too. When the sky fell down and I met you.
After cutting that song, the band traveled to Indianapolis for an appearance at the Lyric Theater, a top spot for big bands. Variety termed Frank's singing an easy style. The following month, the same magazine reviewed his performance as Sock All the Way in the first of an historic series of appearances at the famed New York Paramount Theater. Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song, will continue with more great Dorsey recordings. Welcome back to our Frank Sinatra radio tribute. For Frank Sinatra, his engagement by Tommy Dorsey was the realization of a dream. Tommy was tops in popularity with the public. He had all-star musicians like Bunny Berrigan, Ziggy Elman, and Buddy Rich. He had arrangers like Paul Weston, Axel Stordahl, Dean Kincaid, and Cy Oliver. Featured singers were Connie Haynes, Joe Stafford, and the Pied Pipers. Two of Frank's greatest successes during the Dorsey days were I'll Be Seeing You and Polka Dots and Moonbeams. And here they are, back to back.
That this heart and mind embraces all day through. In that small cafe, the park across the way, the children's carousel, the chestnut trees, the wishing well. I'll be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you. country dance was being held in a garden. I felt a bump and heard an, oh, beg your pardon. Suddenly I saw polka dots and moonbeams all around a pug-nosed dream. The music started, and was I the perplexed one? I held my breath and said, may I have the next one? In my frightened arms, polka dots and moonbeams sparkled on a pug-nosed dream. There were questions in the eyes of other dancers as we floated over the floor. There were questions, but my heart knew all the answers, and perhaps a few things more. Now in a cottage built of lilacs and laughter, I know the meaning of the words ever after, and I'll always see polka dots and moonbeams when I kiss the pug-nosed dream.
Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song, will return with an exclusive interview with one of the great all-time vocalists, Miss Jo Stafford. This is Gene Norman again with our Frank Sinatra Biography in Song. From the very beginning of Sinatra's association with Dorsey, Frank began to progress as a musician-singer. He developed his own vocal style by studying the phrasing and the breath control of the instrumentalists in the band. On the following record of East of the Sun, listen for the trumpet chorus of Bunny Berrigan.
East of the sun,
Bathed in the brightness,
and west of the moon,
we'll be digging a glow,
we'll build a dream
a
house
righteous path
of love,
where you can really lay it on me.
near to the sun in the day,
We'll be jumping,
near to the moon at night.
you'll be with me.
We'll live in a lovely way, dear,
Solitude, I'm hip.
living on love and pale moonlight.
You're mellow.
Just you and I.
We'll nix the square.
forever and a day.
So long, so long.
Love will not die.
We're together forever.
We'll keep it that way.
Forever.
Up among the stars we'll find a harmony of life to a lovely tune. East of the sun and west of the moon.
On a June night, kiss me and hold tight forever.
East of the sun and west of the moon.
Well, all right then. Take 'em, Bunny.
One of the true classics during the Sinatra-Dorsey years was I'll Never Smile Again, a tune which Tommy agreed to record only after a lot of coaxing from the boys in the band. Once released, however, it became #1 on the hit parade and stayed in the top position for 7 weeks. It was later selected for Sinatra's first feature film appearance, a specialty spot in the 1941 picture Las Vegas Nights.
I'll never smile again until I smile at you. I'll never laugh again. What good would it do? For tears would fill my eyes, my heart would realize that our romance is through. I'll never love again. I'm so in love with you. I'll never thrill again to somebody new. Within my heart, I know I will never start to smile again until I smile at you. Within my heart, I know I will never start to smile again until I smile at you. Until I smile at you.
Featured with Frank and the band were the Pied Pipers. The song is a true classic due to the intimate, personal quality and the blending of voices and instruments. One of those voices belongs to the original female member of the Pied Pipers, Miss Jo Stafford. Joe comments on Frank's singing with the group.
The first time we, 5 of us, sang together was probably, maybe 7 or 8 months after we all were with the band, and that was I'll Never Smile Again. That was the first. Frank did have a wonderful way of fitting in with a group. Most solo singers find it very difficult to sing with a group because there's a discipline singing with a group that a solo singer doesn't have to worry about. If you want to sing it different one time and a little bit different the next time. But with a group, you've got to sing it exactly the same each time. And he had that discipline. He could just sing like a group singer sings, and the range happened to be just perfect. In other words, his range and my range are the same, and so he would be on the melody in the bottom, and I would be on the top. So musically it worked just fine, and we got a kick out of working together.
During those Dorsey years, Frank was to place a lot of stock in arrangers with whom he was musically in tune. Next, we'll hear from one of them, Cy Oliver. Welcome back now to Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. During the Dorsey years, two of Frank's favorite arrangers were Axel Stordahl and Cy Oliver. Stordahl, a former vocalist, provided the mellow flavorings, while Oliver, with his solid background in jazz, usually provided the charts for the upbeat tunes. Here now, wrapped in a typical Cy Oliver arrangement, is The One I Love Belongs to Somebody Else.
Somebody else. Like the bear, you ain't nowhere, that's why. She sings her songs for somebody else. Oh, and even when you have your arms around her, Papa, you know, her thoughts are for somebody else. And when I hold her hand, you know, they belong to someone, somebody else. And you can bet they're not so cold to somebody else. It's tough to be alone on the shelf, and it's worse to fall in love by yourself. Like when the one you love, the one you love, the one you love, the one you love. Like when the one you love belongs to somebody else.
We asked Cy about Frank's way with that kind of a song.
Frank, when he first came in the band, he was doing primarily ballads, but he began doing the swing things with absolutely no trouble at all. I mean, he's a well-rounded talent. The group, the Pied Pipers and Connie and all of them, they all got along very well, and it was sort of a fun thing, so everybody enjoyed doing them. I guess you can get that feeling in the record, but as far as Frank doing the swing type numbers, no problem at all. He could always do them.
Our next selection, We Three, is an interesting song. The title can actually refer to the close collaboration of Axel Stordahl's arrangement, Tommy Dorsey's unique trombone style, and the singing of Frank Sinatra.
We three, we're all alone, living in a memory. My echo, my shadow, and me. We three, we're not a crowd. We're not even company. My echo, my shadow, and me. What good is the moonlight, the silvery moonlight that shines above? I walk with my shadow, I talk with my echo, but where is the one I love? We three will wait for you, even till eternity. My echo, my shadow, and me will be there waiting. My echo, my shadow, and me.
By mid-1940, the Sinatra career and marriage were in full bloom. On June 8th, Mr. and Mrs. Frank Sinatra welcomed the arrival of their first child, Nancy Sandra. By October of 1940, the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra had its own radio program. On November 26th, the band opened what was to become Hollywood's brightest night spot. When we return, you'll hear exactly how it sounded as it was broadcast coast to coast. This is Gene Norman, and this is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song.
Good evening, everyone. It's Dorsey time. To the accompaniment of his familiar theme song, I'm Getting Sentimental, we bring you the music of Tommy Dorsey, his trombone and his orchestra, the top band of the nation playing the top music of the nation, from the nation's newest and finest dining and dancing rendezvous, the new Palladium Ballroom Cafe located on Sunset Boulevard in the very heart of Hollywood's amusement center. It's a little early out here in Hollywood. In fact, the doors of the great Palladium have just opened, and the great Dorsey now opens this evening's program. He has selected a tune very popularly sung by Frank Sinatra, Our Love Affair.
Will be the envy of everyone. Those famous lovers will make them forget. From Adam and Eve to scarlet and red, when youth has had its merry fling, we'll spend our evening remembering two happy people who stay on the square. Wasn't ours a lovely love affair?
The new year of 1941 was one of continued growth for Frank, both musically and with the public. A fact which gave T.D. both satisfaction and concern. Back in the studio again on January 6th, Frank recorded another hit, this time with Connie Haynes and the Pipers. Oh, Look at Me Now.
The guy who cared about love, and I'm not the guy who cared about fortunes and such. Never cared much.
Oh, look at you now.
I never knew the technique of kissing. I never knew the thrill I could get from your touch. Never knew much.
Oh, look at you now. You're a new man, better than Casanova at his best.
With a new heart, a brand new start, I'm so proud I'm busting my vest.
So you're the guy who turned out a lover.
Yes, I'm the guy who laughed at those blue diamond rings. One of those things.
But look at you now.
He's not the guy who cared about love, and he's not the guy who cared about fortunes and such. Cared about much, but look at him now.
I'm a lover.
He never knew the technique of kissing. He never knew the thrill he could get from her touch. Never knew much, but look at him now.
Man, I really come on.
He's a new man, better than
Casanova at his best, rider.
with a new start, a brand new heart.
He's so proud he's busting his vest. So he's the guy who turned out a lover. So he's the guy who laughed at those blue diamond rings. One of those things.
But look at me now.
He's a new man, better than Casanova at his best. He's got some new jive and it's really fine.
Why, I'm so proud I'm busting my vest.
He's a lover. Yes, we know he's a lover. Yes.
I laughed at those blue diamond rings. Just one of those things.
But look at him now.
Jack, I'm ready.
Look at him now.
Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song, and our 50th anniversary tribute will continue after these messages. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song. Keenan Wynn, a well-established New York stage actor back in 1941, remembers the first time he saw and heard Frank perform.
Yeah, I was an actor in New York from 35 to 42. And like all young actors at that time, terribly theater, you know, and we have no time for anybody. Motion pictures, who needs with those people? And vocalists in a band, you know. And everybody was screaming about this fella called Frank Sinatra. And at that time, he was playing the Astor Roof. And I think it was with the Dorsey group. And, you know, I reluctantly went up with my girl at that time to see who this big flame was. And I must say, an amazing thing, you know, even for young actors like our group, who had no time for vocalists or anybody who would sell themselves down the river to motion pictures, when this guy came out, and he was skinny, in a big bow tie, you know, very, very unprepossessing, until he started. And when he started, it was something, because we as actors understood what he was doing. He didn't just sing the song, he sang the lyrics.
A fine example of Frank's way with a lyric can be heard in Without a Song.
without a song. The road would never bend when things go wrong. A man ain't got a friend without a song. That field of corn would never see a plow. That field of corn would be deserted now. A darky's born, he ain't no good no how without a song. I've got my trouble and woe, but sure as I know the Jordan will roll. And I'll get along as a song is strung in my soul. I'll never know what makes the grass so tall. I'll never know what makes the rain to fall. I only know there ain't no love at all without a song.
Another early 1941 recording was the great Matt Dennis Tom Adair ballad, Everything Happens to Me.
Black cats creep across my path until I'm almost mad. I must have roused the devil's wrath, 'cause all my luck is bad. I make a date for golf, and you can bet your life it rains. I try to give a party, but the guy upstairs complains. I guess I'll go through life just catching colds and missing trains. Everything happens to me. I never miss a thing. I've had the measles and the mumps, and every time I play an ace, my partner always trumps. I guess I'm just a fool who never looks before he jumps. Everything happens to me. At first my heart thought you could break this jinx for me, that love would turn the trick to end despair. But now I just can't fool this head that thinks for me. So I've mortgaged all my castles in the air. I've telegraphed and phoned, sent an airmail special too. Your answer was goodbye. There was even postage due. I fell in love just once, and then it had to be with you. Everything happens to me. I've never drawn a sweepstake or a bank night at a show. I thought perhaps this time I'd won, but Lady Luck said no. And though it breaks my heart, I'm not surprised to see you go. everything happens to me. Everything happens to me.
When we return, Frank and a couple of pals write a song. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. You know, Frank Sinatra has often given credit for his understanding of how to sing a lyric to two great ladies, Billie Holiday and Mabel Mercer. His love for lyrics prompted him to write a song, with Hank Santacola a song plugger and Saul Parker a shirt salesman. Indicative of the loyalty Frank has always felt for his friends, both men continued to work for Frank for many years. The song is
This love of mine goes on and on, though life is empty since you have gone. You're always on my mind, though out of sight. It's lonesome through the day and all night. I cry my heart out. It's bound to break, since nothing matters. Let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what's to become of this love of mine? I cry my heart out. It's bound to break, since nothing matters. So let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what's to become of this love of mine, this love of mine goes on.
As the year drew to an end, Frank Sinatra was more popular than ever. Downbeat magazine announced that Frank had replaced his idol, Bing Crosby, as the #1 male singer. Metronome magazine also gave Frank first position. The August 26th recording of The Sunshine of Your Smile is one of the reasons why.
sweetest smile for me. Were you not mine, how dark the world would be. I know no light above that could replace love's radiant sunshine in your dear face. Give me your smile, the love light in your eyes. Life could not hold a fairer paradise. Give me the right to love you all the while. My world forever, the sunshine of your smile.
Coming up next, a new sound for Frank Sinatra that was to portend his performance style in the late 40s. You're listening to Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song. Some say that how you begin a year will be an omen for the future. Well, in the case of Frank Sinatra, 1942 began with rebellion and change, and it would end that way. The relationship between Dorsey and Sinatra started to show some strain. Song pluggers, anxious to have their material performed and recorded, were going to Frank rather than Tommy. And while Sinatra had been a consistent number one in the polls, Dorsey often showed up in the number two position in his category. Sinatra, very much aware of his increasing prominence, didn't help matters when he recorded 4 songs without Tommy Dorsey's knowledge. Frank wanted to try some songs with strings only to the smooth arrangements of Axel Stordahl. The results were an indication of the future. From that January 19, 1941 record date, here is The Night We Called It a Day.
There was a moon out in space, but a cloud drifted over its face. You kissed me and went on your way. The night we called it a day. I heard the song of the spheres like a minor lament in my ears. I hadn't the heart left to pray. The night we called it a day. Soft through the dark, the hoot of an owl in the sky. Sad though his song, no bluer was he than I. The moon went down, stars were gone, but the sun didn't rise with the dawn. There wasn't a thing left to say. The night we called it a day. No bluer was he than I. The moon went down, stars were gone, but the sun didn't rise with the dawn. There wasn't a thing left to say. The night we called it a day.
Those sides featured a more personal Sinatra who seemed to reach out and virtually touch the audience. As for Tommy Dorsey, he of course found out about the recordings, but some believe he was more irritated by the fact that Frank paid Axl $650 per arrangement when Tommy was only paying $150. In any event, an RCA subsidiary, Bluebird, released the records. For the time being, however, Frank continued with Tommy. Then, in February 1942, the band made an MGM film, Ships Ahoy. One of the two songs Frank sang in the film was Poor You.
Poor you, I'm sorry you're not me, for you will never know what loving you can be. Poor you, you never know your charm, you never feel your warmth, you're never in your arms. When it is you I'm kissing, I pity you constantly. You don't know what you're missing, 'cause you're only kissing for me. Poor you, you live your whole life through, and yet you'll never know the thrill of loving you. When it is you I'm kissing, I pity you constantly. You don't know what you're missing, 'cause you're only kissing for me. Poor you, you live your whole life through, and yet you'll never know the thrill of loving you.
Yes, we'll have more from a young Blue Eyes after this. Hello again, this is Gene Norman. After their appearance in Ships Ahoy, the band returned to New York. Within 2 weeks, Frank recorded In the Blue of Evening and There Are Such Things. Let's listen to both of them now.
In the blue of evening, when you appear close to me, dear one, there in the dusk we'll share a dream reverie. In the blue of evening, while crickets call and stars are falling. There 'neath the midnight sky, you'll come to me. In the shadows of the night we'll stand, I'll touch your hand, and then softly as your lovely eyes entreat, our lips will meet again. In the blue of evening, night winds above, whispering I love you. There we will find romance in the blue of evening. Someone to whisper, darling, you're my guiding star. Not caring what you own, but just what you are. A peaceful sky. There are such things, a rainbow high, where heaven sings. So have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star, because there are such things. And trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star, because there are such things.
The Sinatra skyrocket was obviously taking off on a strong and steady rise, as were the restrictions he felt within the structure of the Dorsey Band. The strain between the singer and the band leader continued to mount, and the title of our next selection seems most prophetic.
It started all over again the moment I looked in your eyes. It started all over again, the thrill we can never disguise. The day that we parted, so broken-hearted, we'll never return again. Dreams I've delayed, promises made, are starting anew just for you. It started all over again the moment I held you so tight. It started all over again when we kissed away the night till dawn's early light. Now we're together, sweethearts forever. We'll build our romance anew. It started all over again the moment I looked at you. Now we're together, sweethearts forever. We'll build our romance anew. It started all over again the moment I looked at you.
Well, it was soon quite obvious that Frank Sinatra was ready for a solo career. At a July appearance in a Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania theater, the audience was much more receptive to Frank than to the band. They demanded many Sinatra encores. Well, for a singer to close a show was really a rarity in those days. This next air check of a broadcast from late 1942 in Hollywood no doubt echoed Frank's thoughts at that time. I'll buy that dream.
Imagine me with my head on your shoulder, and you with your lips getting bolder, a sky full of moon and a sweet mellow tune. I'll buy that dream. Imagine you in a gown white and flowery, and me thanking Dad for your dowry. A church full of folks and those last-minute jokes. I'll buy that dream. A honeymoon in Cairo in a brand new auto gyro, then home by rocket in a wing. We'll settle down near Dallas in a little plastic palace. It's not as crazy as you think. Imagine me on our first anniversary with someone like you in the nursery. It doesn't sound bad, and if it can be had, I'll buy that dream.
And Frank sings his last song with Tommy Dorsey when we come back with more of our 50th anniversary tribute. This is Gene Norman with Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. The time for Frank's departure from the band finally arrived with Tommy agreeing to let him go. Like the song, however, he did have to buy his dream. Dorsey released the singer with the provision that he'd receive a percentage of Sinatra's earnings for the remainder of their contract. During a radio show of September 3rd, 1942, Frank made the first of several farewells with the band. Tommy speaks first.
After tonight, he's going to be strictly on his own. And Frank, I want to tell you that everyone in the band wishes you the best of luck.
Thanks, Mac, and I'd like to say that I'm going to miss all you guys after kicking around for 3 years. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet the boy who's going to take my place as the vocalist with Tommy in the band. He's a fine guy, a wonderful singer, and he was good enough for Harry James and Benny Goodman, and that's really saying plenty. Folks, I'd like you to meet Dick Haymes.
Well, Frank. Well, Frank, I don't know if anyone can really take your place with this band, but I'm going to be in there trying. You can bet on that. As for you, well, I know that you'll be knocking them dead on your own hook.
I agree with you there, Dick, and thanks a lot, Dick Haynes. Frank, before you hit the road, how about one more song just for Old Lang Syne?
That's all right with me, Tom. Give me the beat on our arrangement of The Song Is You, and I'll see what I can do with it.
I hear music when I look at you. A beautiful theme of every dream I ever knew. Down deep in my heart, I hear it play. I feel it start, then melt away. Melody from some enchanted land. Down deep in my heart, I hear it say, is this the day? I alone have heard this lovely strain. I alone have heard this glad refrain. Must it be forever inside of me? Why can't I let it go? Why can't I let you know? Why can't I let you know the song my heart would sing? That beautiful rhapsody of love and youth and spring. The music is sweet, the words are true, the song is you. Rhapsody of love and youth and spring. The music is sweet, the words are true, the song is you.
Following that farewell broadcast, Frank did remain with the band for several more weeks. But then 1942 ended as it had begun, with rebellion and change. A change which brought immediate results with his first solo appearance at the New York Paramount Theater. Observers on the scene during the early part of Frank's legendary rise talk about his amazing communicative power. Listen to the former Dorsey Band manager Bullets Durgam and singer Joe Stafford.
He makes everyone feel in a room that he's looking right at you. Somehow or other, you, no matter where you were, you looked up that bandstand when he's performing, you think he's singing right to you, guy or gal.
He was electrifying. You know, he could sing 2 bars, and the hush over the house was really awe-inspiring. Of course, the minute he finished the last note, they might leap over the footlights and try to tear him apart, but he could always command an audience, always.
And that audience was to catapult Sinatra's career to the top as he went out on his own. In our next hour, we'll hear Frank on disc and radio as he becomes known as the Sultan of Swoon and The Voice. Welcome to part 2 of Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. This is Gene Norman. For the next 2 hours, we'll bring you the second in our 4-part series, the story of one of the most respected and phenomenal singers in American music, Frank Sinatra. During the first part, we covered Frank's beginnings and big band years. Now let's pick up the Sinatra story in late 1942, when he decided to take a gamble and leave Tommy Dorsey. Many of his friends advised him against such a move, but Frank thought the time was right. He once said, quote, "Nobody has broken the ice since Crosby, and maybe I'll be the one to do it next." To this day, Frank Sinatra credits his 2.5 years with the Dorsey Orchestra as being most important for his development as a singer. By studying the musicians, and particularly Tommy's trombone technique, Frank perfected his own unique phrasing and breathing style. After his departure from the band, a legendary career in American popular music began. He soon had his own radio show, Songs by Sinatra. It was on the air twice a week. From one of those first shows, here's Frank's rendition of I Call It Love.
I can't forget the night I met you. That's all I'm thinking of. And now you call it madness. Ah, but I call it love. You made a promise to be faithful by all the stars above. And now you call it madness. Ah, but I still call it love. My heart is beating, it keeps repeating for you constantly. You're all I'm needing, and so I'm pleading. Please come back to me. You made a plaything out of romance. What did you know of love? That's why you call it madness. Ah, but I call it
Bullet Sturgum, then a band manager with the Tommy Dorsey Band, recalls how he brought Frank to the attention of Columbia Records.
Frank had gotten permission to cut 4 sides for Bluebird. Tommy was on RCA. Cut 4 sides with Axel Stordahl, with just strings. And I was at the session, and it was really magnificent. And prior to that, I had spoken to Manny Sachs, who I knew quite well and a good friend. Manny Sachs was at Columbia Records. And I said, hey, Sinatra's leaving the band. You ought to grab him because he's going to wipe him out. The next thing I know, not too long after that, Manny flew out and made a deal with Frank.
With a radio and recording contract, the next big thing to happen occurred on December 30th, 1942. On that day, Frank made his first solo appearance at New York's Paramount Theater with the Benny Goodman Orchestra. After introducing Frank, Benny turned his back to the audience to give the downbeat. Well, when Frank walked out on that stage, the theater was suddenly filled with piercing screams. Sinatra froze in terror, and Goodman shouted, "What the hell was that?" To answer Benny's question, that was one of the great sociological phenomena of the century. The beginning of Frank Sinatra's tenure as the Voice. It was a period unlike any other in music. A period which baffled psychologists who tried vainly to understand how one thin singer could cause such mass hysteria. By the time he was midway through the engagement at the theater, it became necessary to devise an elaborate security system for his protection. Paul Weston relates one occasion when Frank thought he had the whole thing figured out.
Frank decided that the only way to ever calm down these kids was that he was just going to come out the stage door and sort of stand there and fix them with a glance, and they'd just part and let him through, you know, because he had to really have a bodyguard to get him through these kids. There was no joke about it. So he said, tonight I'm going to go out there and I'm just going to open a door and walk right through them. And he said there won't be any problem. So they said, okay, and he opened the door and he walked into the crowd and just disappeared from sight. And they all jumped on top of the crowd and finally separated everyone. And one kid had one end of Frank's bow tie and the other kid had the other. And if they hadn't gotten there, he'd have been gone.
In February 1943, Frank began a 2-year association with the popular radio show Your Hit Parade. The following is a broadcast of March 3rd, when Frank sang the classic song from the film Casablanca, As Time Goes By.
From coast to coast, this song rates just 4 places from the top. Frank Sinatra sings the song that's number 4 this week, As Time Goes By.
You must remember this, a kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date. Hearts full of passion, jealousy, and hate. Woman needs man, and man must have his mate that no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. And the world will always welcome lovers as time goes by.
On the nightclub circuit, the Sinatra mystique also started dramatically. On March 1st, he opened at an obscure club called the Rio Bamba. The club immediately became the place to go. Originally signed for 4 weeks, he was held over for 6 more. The important factor of the club appearance was that it proved that Frank appealed to the mature club crowd, just as he did to the Bobby Soxers. When we return, Frank enters the Columbia recording studios for his first solo recording. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. Frank's solo recording career finally began in June of 1943, ironically just after the musicians had gone on strike. Well, rather than wait for a settlement, he recorded several songs with a vocal chorus in place of an orchestra. Here now is the a cappella version of Close to You.
Close to you, I will always stay. Close to you, though you're far away. You'll always be near dreams I'll find you there, close to me, sharing your caress. Can't you see you're my happiness? Wherever you go, my heart will go too. What can I do? If you knew the joys you'd bring, how my hungry heart would sing. If only we
In the early 40s, it was very important for a singer to have radio exposure and, if possible, his own radio show. In the case of Frank Sinatra, he had two running at the same time while making guest appearances on others. One of those was on the Broadway Bandbox in the summer of 43.
You know, Broadway these days is pretty excited about the brightest musical comedy hit in years. It's called Oklahoma. The Richard Rodgers, Oscar Hammerstein score is really something. And tonight we'd like to do one of the biggest hits in the show. And so with the help of the Bobby Tucker Singers and Raymond Scott and his orchestra, and I'll drop in once in a while, may we present People Will Say We're in Love.
Bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine. Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things.
Well, besides radio, records, theaters, and nightclubs, Frank also had a movie contract. His first solo appearance was a special spot in Columbia's Reveille with Beverly. It starred Ann Miller as a tap-dancing disc jockey. RKO signed Frank, and he made his first acting appearance in a film called Higher and Higher. Frank sang 4 songs in the film, including I Couldn't Sleep a Wink Last Night, written by Jimmy McHugh and Harold Adamson. The song received an Academy Award nomination.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning, 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning, 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last
When we return, Frank and W.C. get together. Gene Norman again with our tribute to Frank Sinatra. The year 1944 began with an important event. On January 10th, the Sinatra's second child, Franklin Wayne, was born, and he was named after President Franklin Roosevelt. In New York City on November 14th, Frank made his first Columbia solo recordings with a full orchestra. Arranged and conducted by Axel Stordahl, one of those songs was a special version of Rubinstein's Romance. The selection of this song points up 2 very important factors: his excellent taste in music and his rapport with musicians. Here is If You Are But a Dream.
If you are but a dream, I hope I never waken. It's more than I could bear to find that I'm forsaken. If you're a fantasy, then I'm content to be in love with lovely you, and pray my dream comes true. I long to kiss you, but I would not dare. I'm I'm so afraid that you may vanish in the air. So darling, if our romance should break up, I hope I never wake up. If you are but a to kiss you, but I would not dare. I'm so afraid that you may vanish in the air. So darling, if our romance should break up, I hope I never wake up. If you are but a dream.
Frank put a lot of stock in radio appearances. In February 1944, Frank had the opportunity of playing straight man to one of the best comedy talents, W.C. Fields. Also joining in was vaudeville's great Bert Wheeler. Here is a rare bit from the Vim's Vitamin Show.
Thank you. Thank you, folks. Well. So you're the voice, eh, Frankie?
Well, that's what they call me, Mr. Fields.
Frankie, my boy, I knew you'd be a success when I first discovered you working in that gopher hole over in Jersey City.
But, Mr. Fields, you didn't discover me.
Don't thank me, my boy. The minute I heard your voice, I said to myself, this boy is going to take the shortening bread right out of Nelson Eddy's mouth.
I'm glad you had so much confidence in me, Bill. But you must be mistaken, because we've never met before.
Okay, Frankie Pie, I knew you when you only had one bow tie to your neck. And look at you now. You're almost big enough to comb your own hair.
Say, Bill, you remember me?
Francois, who is this knob-headed gargoyle?
Bill, this is Bert Wheeler, our comedian.
Comedian, eh? Looks more like a quiz kid with hardening of the arteries.
Listen here, Fields. You ought to be in the Coast Guard.
I ought to be in the Coast Guard?
Yeah, with that nose, you could release a lighthouse for active duty.
Very good, very good, very good. This individual is interesting and interfering with the orderly decorum of our lovely tete-a-tete. In other words, the jerk is lousing up the program.
When we return, Frank performs one of Jerome Kern's greatest songs. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. The songs that Frank has chosen to record over the years not only have an autobiographical touch, they represent a history of the finest popular music and composers. During this period, his favorite composers included such immortals as Cole Porter, Irving Berlin, Richard Rodgers, Frank Loesser, and Jerome Kern. When MGM filmed Jerome Kern's life story, Till the Clouds Roll By, Frank made a guest appearance at the climax of the film singing Old Man River.
Mississippi. Here we all work while the white folk play, pulling them boats from the dawn till sunset, getting no rest till the judgment day. Don't look up and don't look down, you don't dast make the white boss frown. Bend your knees and bow your head and pull that rope until you're dead. Let me go away from the Mississippi. Let me go away from the white man, boss. Show me that stream called the River Jordan. That's the old stream that I long to Old Man River, that old man river, he must know something, but he don't say nothing. He just keeps rolling, he keeps on rolling along. And he don't plant cotton, and them what plant some is soon forgotten. But old man River just keeps rolling along. You and me, sweat and strain, bodies all aching and racked with pain. Tote that barge, lift that bale, you'll get a little drunk, then you'll land in jail. I'm tired of living, but I'm feared of dying. And old man River, he just keeps rolling
With most of his radio and motion picture work now centered in Hollywood, Frank shifted his recording activity there. On May 1st, 1945, he recorded a song which not only became a major hit, but one of the most famous of his many theme songs over the years, Put Your Dreams Away.
Put your dreams away for another day, and I will take their place in your heart, wishing on a star never got you far. And so it's time to make a new start when your dreams at night fade before you. then I'll have the right to adore you. Let your kiss confess this is happiness, darling, and put all your dreams away. At night fade before you, then I'll have the right to adore you. Let your kiss confess this is happiness, darling, and put all your dreams
Frank often reflects on this theme song. He fondly notes it came a long way with him from nowhere to somewhere and stuck with him every inch of the way. Another song Frank cut at that May 1st, 1945 session was this hit ballad from the Rodgers and Hammerstein Broadway smash, Carousel.
If I loved you, time and again I would try to say all I'd want you to know. If I loved you, words wouldn't come in an easy way. Round in circles I'd go, longing to tell you, but afraid and shy. I'd let my golden chances pass me by. Soon you'd leave me, off you would go in the mist of day. Never, never to know.
We'll be back with some interesting facts on just what Frank's appearance at the Paramount required in the way of police protection. Gene Norman again with Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. October 11, 1944, is referred to in New York police files as the Columbus Day riots. The scene was Times Square, site of the famed New York Paramount Theater. On the stage was Frank Sinatra. On the screen was a film aptly titled, Our Hearts Were Young and Gay. Out in the streets were over 30,000 of those gay young hearts in the form of screaming teenage girls, all trying to get into the theater. The mayhem required, and get this, 421 police reserves, 70 patrolmen, 50 traffic cops, 200 detectives, plus sergeants, captains, and inspectors. In the commotion, store windows were broken, innocent passers-by were trampled, and the theater's ticket booth was totally destroyed. Even when Frank appeared on radio, his fans went hysterical in the privacy of their own homes. His singing of Victor Herbert's Kiss Me Again from a Max Factor radio show in 1944 may have been one such occasion.
Sweet summer breeze, whispering trees, stars shining softly above, roses in bloom, wafted perfume, sleepy birds dreaming of love, safe in your arms, far from alarm. Daylight shall come, but in vain. Tenderly pride, close to your breast, kiss me, kiss me daylight shall come, but in vain. Tenderly cry, close to your breast, kiss me, kiss me.
With increasing fame, the movies kept vying for Frank's services. Louis B. Mayer, famous for his keen eye for talent, bought out his RKO contract and brought him to MGM. His first MGM musical was a big step forward in his motion picture career. It was released in 1945. His co-stars were Gene Kelly and Katherine Grayson, and the songs were written by Sammy Cahn and Julie Stein. Sammy recalls those days at MGM.
Sinatra is signed to do the first multi-million-dollar musical, Anchors Away. And he's taken out to the MGM studios, and he's introduced to the brass, and they come to a moment where they say, well, who do you want to do the score? Gershwin, Berlin, Cole Porter, Rodgers and Hart, who do you want? He said, oh, he says, I want Sammy Cahn. They said, we don't mind hiring him. Who is he? And Sinatra typically said, since you're not going to sing the songs, what's the difference? I know who he is, and I want him. Now starts a real ruckus, and the picture's up for grabs, and Lou Wasserman of MCA came to me then and said, Sammy, you're simply going to have to talk to Frank. You're going to have to tell him to pass, because if he doesn't pass, if he insists on you doing this film, we're going to lose the film. No one will have it. I went to Frank and I said, look, you've done me proud. Yesterday no one knew me, and today everyone hates me. I said, why don't you just pass on this one? There'll be other pictures. And being Sinatra, he cemented our relationship by saying, if you're not there Monday, I won't be there Monday. Well, so some night on the Late Late Show, if you see the film Anchors Away, it will say, words and music by Sammy Cahn and Julie Stein. And we tried desperately to write the kind of songs that was Sinatra, and that little simple 16-bar song called I Fall in Love Too Easily.
I fall in love too easily. I fall in love too fast. I fall in love too terribly hard for love to ever last. My heart should be well schooled, 'cause I've been fooled in the past, and still I fall in love too easily. I fall in love too fast. My heart should be well schooled, 'cause I've been fooled in the past, and still I fall in love too easily. I fall in love too fast.
When we come back, Frank Sinatra gives a concert. Welcome back to our Frank Sinatra radio documentary. Frank has made many appearances throughout his career in support of causes or people he believes in, often without publicity. He does it because of his strong personal convictions. Frank would often travel the country in support of the war effort. But these appearances sometimes turned into scenes of pandemonium, with the actual reason for his being there smothered in a frenzied fan display. A 1945 concert in Philadelphia for the Booster Club was one such occasion. A crowd of over 10,000 excited Bobby Soxers kept up an incredible din as he sang Blue Skies.
Blue skies smiling at me, nothing but blue skies for but blue all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Never saw the sun shining so bright, and I never saw things looking so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my, how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on.
The fan reaction you just heard has since happened to Elvis Presley and the Beatles, but the phenomenon first happened with Frank. In those days, he was affectionately called the Voice, or Frankie. His fan clubs had such names as Subjects of the Sultan of Swoon and the Bobby Sock Swoonerettes. At one point, it was estimated by his publicity man and friend George Evans that there were 40 million fans and 2,000 fan clubs in the country. Frank received 5,000 fan letters a week. And what is most interesting, his wife Nancy and the children sometimes got up to 2,000 letters a week. The fact that Frank was married never seemed to bother his fans. It was often speculated that they looked on his wife as an older sister. Frank's quote that he sings love songs and means them because they're for two girls named Nancy didn't faze them in the least. When we come back, a very famous funny man writes a song for Frank. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. On August 22nd, 1945, Frank recorded a million-selling disc, Nancy with the Laughing Face.
If I don't see her each day, I miss her. Gee, what a thrill each time I kiss her. I've got a terrible case on Nancy with a laughing face. She takes the winter and makes it summer, but summer could take some lessons from her. Picture a tomboy in lace, that's Nancy with a laughing face. Have you ever heard mission bells ringing? Well, she'll give you the very same glow. When she speaks, you would think it was singing. Just hear her say, hello. I swear to goodness, you can't resist her. Sorry for you, she has no sister. No angel could replace Nancy with a laughing face. Keep Betty Grable, L'Amour, and Turner. She makes my heart a charcoal burner. It's heaven when I embrace my Nancy with a laughing face.
Nancy was written by Jimmy Van Heusen and one of Frank's most constant friends and popular funny man, Phil Sobers. The extent of that friendship can best be described by an event which occurred on August 20th, 1946. Frank was making a film at the time. It happened in Brooklyn when he got a call for help from Sobers. It seems that Phil's partner on the bill, scheduled to open the next night at New York's Copacabana nightclub, had died suddenly, and Sobers was really at a loss. Frank immediately caught a plane and flew to New York to help his pal. As with so many performers, Frank entertained troops both at home and abroad during the war years. More, he was one of many stars who donated performances on special records called V-discs. These were for the exclusive use of the armed forces. They were not for public sale. Here now is the V-disc of I'll Be Around.
Hi, men. This is Frank Sinatra. I hope you like the tunes that I've chosen to do for you on these very wonderful V-discs. And I hope that you get as much a kick out of hearing them as I do out of singing them for you.
I'll be around, no matter how you treat me now. I'll be around from now on. Your latest love
And if you find a love like mine, just now and then, drop a line to say you're feeling fine. And when things go wrong, perhaps you'll see you're meant for me. So I'll be around when he's gone.
We'll be right back with our Frank Sinatra radio special and another most unusual V-disc. Gene Norman here and Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. Now let's listen to an outtake. That's a performance that's never used of Frank Sinatra's V-disc of Oh, What It Seemed to Be. It illustrates that even Frank doesn't always get the song right.
It was just a neighborhood dance. That's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a masquerade ball with costumes and all. 'Cause you were at the dance with me. It was just a ride on a train. That's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a trip through the stars, through Venus and Mars. 'Cause you were on the train with me. And when I kissed you, darling, it was more than just a thrill for me. Well, there's one on me. The Army doesn't get that kid. It was the promise, darling, that fate had willed for only me. It was just a wedding in June. That's all that it was. But oi, what it seemed to be. What's that, boys? It was like a royal affair, with everyone there. 'Cause you said, yes, I do, to me.
Frank Sinatra has always been a creator who embraces all forms of music. Here he is on a January 6, 1946 radio broadcast with the one and only Benny Goodman Sextet.
Benny, I couldn't sing with the Goodman Sextet. Who do you think I am? Lawrence Tibbett or somebody? No, Ben, I'm sorry, I can't do it.
He can too do it. He can.
Tina, what makes you so sure that I can sing with a Goodman Sextet?
'Cause you're Frankie, that's why.
Go ahead, Ben. I got a feeling that you're stuck with me like we're stuck with Tina. Ain't that a little pokey for me, Benny? After all, man, I'm a cat. Stuff's got to move or I goes right by it. I sings by jet propulsion, man. Last 3-minute record I made it in 30 seconds. Lace up mommy that really rumps, kid. Me and my big mouth.
I said I wanted something that moves. This kid goes to the moon and back in 2 seconds, including time out for station identification. I surrender. I give up. I can't sing with the sextet, man.
Frankie, you've got to. You've got to.
Tina says I've got to, Benny. So I've got to. But put me in a purty mood, Benny. Now, that's what I'm talking about. I only have eyes for you. This one will get me off the hook. This will put me right back in my own alley. What a sweet sextet. Musically, that is. The stars out tonight. I don't know if it's cloudy or bright, 'cause I only have eyes for you, dear. The moon may be high, but I can't see a thing in the sky, 'cause I only have eyes for you. I don't know if we're in a garden or on a crowded avenue. You so am I. Maybe millions of people walk by, but they all disappear from view. And I only have eyes for you. And I only have eyes for you. Thank you, Benny Goodman and the Sextet.
Frank takes a stand when our radio program continues. This is our Frank Sinatra story. Frank Sinatra was one of the first personalities to break an unwritten rule by openly backing a political candidate. In his case, it was a total commitment to the re-election of President Franklin Roosevelt. The excerpt from a radio broadcast you are about to hear was a tribute to the president after his untimely death.
Underneath the frozen earth at Hyde Park today, a great man had a birthday. And the little path that leads down to his grave was narrow and cold. On earth, this man walked a path that was wide and warm. Whole nations were lined up on either side, and they felt the warmth. And so did lots of us little people. I, for one, thought the world of this man. I think he was a magnificent human being. I suppose he had his share of human weakness, but he sure had more than his share of human strength. What I admired most about him was the way he had of making every American feel welcome here. Yes, it's his birthday today, and I only wish he could be with us tonight to kind of ask you to chip into the March of Dimes, his own personal cause. But then I know you'll get in there and pitch anyway, because when it comes to protecting a little tot from infantile paralysis, the great crippler, you probably feel as strongly as FDR did. So, neighbors, I wonder if you
wouldn't mind so much tonight if we sing Mr. Roosevelt's favorite song. Axel?
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Oh, give me a land where the bright diamond sand flows leisurely down the stream, where the graceful white swan goes gliding along like a maid in a heavenly dream. Then I would not exchange my home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play.
Strong in his beliefs, both about politics and racial tolerance, Frank continued to speak out rather than just reserve his opinions to living room conversation. In March of 1945, this was dramatically illustrated with the release of a short film called The House I Live In. The RKO release featured Frank talking to some kids outside a recording studio, discussing the importance of racial tolerance. Frank received the Special Academy Award for that film. The presentation of the award, which you are about to hear, was made by fellow actor George Murphy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year in our industry there was a picture made that was a wonderful picture, and it carried a great message. But unfortunately, it didn't fit into any of the regular categories or classes for an Academy Award. This picture preached a great sermon of tolerance. It preached a great sermon of racial equality and religious freedom. And it did a great job with the audiences, had a tremendous impact. So the Board of Governors of the Academy have decided to make a special award for this picture. This award is to be presented to Mr. Frank Ross, the producer, Mr. Mervyn LeRoy, the director, and Mr. Frank Sinatra. The picture is the short subject, The House I Live In. And I'm going to ask Mr. Frank Sinatra, who's been a very busy boy here tonight, to come up and accept the award. Thank you, George.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. Ladies and gentlemen, briefly I'd like to say that it's a wonderful house we all live in, and I hope that very soon we can make more pictures like The House I Live In. which will bring the same message. And that message, of course, it can be said no better than in the lyrics of the song. And if I may, we'd like to do it for you. The House I Live In.
What is America to me? A name, a map, or a flag I see? A certain word, democracy. What is America to me? The house I live in, a plot of earth, a street, the grocer and the butcher, and the people that I meet, the children in the playground, the faces that I see, all races and religions, that's America. The place I work in, the worker by my side, the little town or city where my people lived and died, the howdy and the handshake, the air of feeling free, and the right to speak my mind out. That's America to me. The things I see about me, the big things, the small, the little corner newsstand and the house a mile tall, the wedding and the churchyard, the laughter and the tears, the dream that's been a-growing for 150 years. The town I live in, the street, the house, the room, the pavement of the city, or a garden all in bloom, the church, the school, the clubhouse, the million lights I see, but especially the people. That's America to
When we come back, Frank jams with the Metronome All-Stars. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. The year 1946 was a year when the momentum in Frank's career continued at an incredible pace. He recorded 51 songs in 15 sessions, did as many as 4 or 5 different radio shows every week, and still managed to make movies, including It Happened in Brooklyn, co-starring Jimmy Durante. The score included a beautiful song by Sammy Cahn and Jimmy Van Heusen, Time After Time. Frank has always been highly respected by his fellow singers for his interpretive powers, and one of his staunchest admirers is Bing Crosby.
He's enormously gifted with ballads, more so than any man I can think of. A lot of girls sing ballads beautifully, but not many men. Men don't sing them too convincingly, it doesn't seem to me. But Frank is an expert at it.
Time after time, I tell myself that I'm so lucky to be loving you. So lucky to be the one you run to see in the evening when the day is through. I only know what I know. The passing years will show. You've kept my love so young, so new, and time after time you'll hear me say that I'm so lucky to be loving you. I only know what I know. The passing years will show. You've kept my love so young, so new, and time after time you'll hear me say that I'm so lucky to be loving you.
As the year ended, Frank was voted the most popular screen star by Modern Screen magazine. For the fourth straight year, Metronome voted him the best male vocalist. To celebrate that occasion, Columbia Records recorded all the jazz poll winners and billed them as the Metronome All-Stars. The band included jazz greats Charlie Shavers, Johnny Hodges, Eddie Safransky, and on piano, Nat King Cole. The tune, Sweet Lorraine.
Just found joy. I'm as happy as a baby boy when he's playing with a choo-choo toy. When I'm with my sweet Lorraine, she's got a pair of eyes that are bluer than the summer skies. When you see them, you're gonna realize why I love my sweet Lorraine. When it's raining, I don't miss the sun, 'cause it's in my sweetie's smile. Just to think that I'm the lucky one who will lead her down the aisle. Each night how I pray that nobody steals her heart away. I can't wait until that lucky day when I marry my Lorraine.
I'm the lucky one who's gonna lead her down the well-known aisle. Each night how I pray that nobody steals her heart away. I can't wait until that lucky day when I marry my Lorraine. That'll be the day when I marry my Lorraine.
Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song will continue. This is Gene Norman and our Frank Sinatra radio tribute. 1947 was another prolific year for Frank Sinatra. In a poll conducted by radio commentator Jimmy Fiddler, he was voted one of the most popular living people, along with Dwight Eisenhower, Douglas MacArthur, Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, Eleanor Roosevelt, and Pope Pius XII. In November of that year, he appeared at New York's Capitol Theater. He insisted that the opening act be the Will Maston Trio. He remembered them from a Tommy Dorsey engagement 5 years earlier, and Frank made sure that the trio's billing included the line, starring Sammy Davis, Jr. The year 1948 brought fewer Sinatra recordings. He resisted pressure to record songs about geese and mules. Instead, he preferred to sing the quality songs of Cole Porter, Frank Lesser, and others. Frank thought the new crop of songs were just bloodless. He continued to make recordings of quality, but he had no outstanding hits that year. He did, however, turn in another outstanding dramatic performance by playing a young Catholic priest in the film Miracle of the Bells. Another film Frank made in '48 was a swashbuckler musical, The Kissing Bandit. And in June of that year, his daughter Tina was born. On radio, he was still a regular on Your Hit Parade. But he stayed with the show only till the end of the year. In 1949, he starred in his own program, Light Up Time. From one of those programs, here is Frank's rendition of Someday.
I know that someday you'll want me to want you. When I'm in love with somebody else, you'd expect me to be true and keep on loving you. Though I am feeling blue, you think I can't forget you until someday you'll want me to want you. When I am strong for somebody new. And though you don't want me now, I'll get along somehow, and then I won't want you.
1949 ended on a triumphant note with rave reviews for his performance in On the Town. In the following year, however, Frank's recording activity continued to show very little substance. But due to Columbia's insistence, he did record with celebrities like Dagmar and Jane Russell, and even with some barking dogs. His romance with Ava Gardner and subsequent divorce from Nancy did not rest well with some of his fans. Nevertheless, he married Ava in November 1951. The following month, a low-budget film, loosely patterned after his career, called Meet Danny Wilson, was released by Universal. The picture was not a commercial or critical success, but Frank's performance was well received. In March, Frank entered the recording studio to cut a song which he helped to compose.
I'm a fool to want you. can't be true. A love that's there for others too. I'm a fool to hold you. Such a fool to hold you. To seek a kiss, not mine alone. To share a kiss the devil has known. Time and time again I said I'd leave you. Time and time again I went away. But then would come the time when I would need you. And once again these words I'll have to say. Take me back, I love you. Pity me, I need you. I know it's wrong, it must be wrong, but right or wrong, I can't get along without you.
When we return, Frank ends his association with Columbia Records. You're listening to Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song. 1952 was Frank's last year at Columbia Records. The label had been teaming Frank with a variety of arrangers trying to get a hit. The results were not too favorable, nor were Frank's feelings for the label. One of the last sides he did on June 3rd, 1952, was the Axel Stordahl arrangement of Birth of the Blues.
These are the blues, nothing but blues. Oh, they say some people long ago were searching for a different tune, one that they could croon as only they can. They only had the rhythm, so they started swaying to and fro. They didn't know just what to use. This is how the blues really began. They heard the breeze in the trees singing weird melodies, and they made that the start of the blues. And from a jail came the wave of a downhearted frail, and they played that as a part of the blues. pushed it through a horn until it was worn into a blue note. And then they nursed it, they rehearsed it, and then sent out that news that the Southland gave birth to the blues. They nursed it, then they rehearsed it, and they sent out that news that the Southland, they gave birth to the
As he approached the end of his years with Columbia, it should be noted in summary that between 1943 and 1952, a span of 9 years, Frank Sinatra recorded 281 songs, many of which are classics. They represent not only taste and uniqueness, but the work of a truly outstanding and creative singer. His final Columbia Records session was on September 17, 1952. It was arranged and conducted by Percy Faith.
I was involved with a session with Mindy Carson, and apparently Frank was leaving the label, and I gathered at the time that he wanted to be on record as having done one thing with Percy Faith. I joined there in 50, and I think this was somewhere in 52. So I don't even recall whether I got a key from him or whether I assumed what the key was from other records that I had of Frank's. But anyway, I made a basically string arrangement of the thing. And Frank came in alone, no retinue at that time, no hangers on, just all alone. He came in and we stood side by side and ran over the arrangement and said, okay, let's go, let's do it. And we made one take. And it was just great, you know, and I went into the booth to listen to it. He said, that's a knuckler, that's it, that's a knuckler, and walked. And it's last I saw of him at Columbia.
Yes, Frank Sinatra did leave the label after 9 years of both good and bad times, but through it all, he tried to remain true to his convictions of recording good material, even though he sometimes had to do otherwise by orders of certain producers. Ironically, the title of the song chosen to be his very last was Why Try to Change Me Now?
I'm sentimental, so I walk in the rain. I've got some habits even I can't explain. Could start for the corner, turn up in Spain. But why try to change me now? I sit and daydream, I've got daydreams galore. Cigarette ashes, there they go on the floor. I'll go away weekends, leave my keys in the door. But why try to change me now? Why can't I be more conventional? People talk, people stare, so I try. But that's not for me, 'cause I can't see my kind of crazy world go passing me by. So let people wonder, let 'em laugh, let 'em frown. You know I'll love you till the moon's upside down. Don't you remember, I was always your clown. Why try to change me now?
With his departure from the label, Frank was faced with a career crisis. He had no agent, no movie contract, no recording, television, or radio contract. To compound matters, he was suffering from a throat ailment which caused him great pain when he sang. But being, as ever, both the fighter and vulnerable romantic, Frank Sinatra faced these setbacks with determination. In part 3 of our story, we'll continue to trace Frank's career as he changes from swooner to swinger, as he fights for a motion picture role, wins an Academy Award, and once again emerges in the entertainment spotlight as a true superstar. This is Gene Norman, and this is Frank Sinatra.
Is the man going to talk about his dark ages when his career had that little stroke? When his voice ran away from home? When his records started selling like used Edsels? Nope. The man is an incorrigible optimist, a firm believer in cliches. It's always darkest just before the dawn. Somewhere there's a silver lining. When his cup is nearly empty, he says, hey, look, there's still some left. He has a philosophy about trouble. Don't feed it, maybe it'll go away. Sure, I've met frustration, and I don't like him either. I know discouragement, despair, and all those other cats. But I guess I knew that sooner or later something good was bound to happen to me. And here's one of the best things that ever did.
Angela. I figured you'd be here at Joyce.
I done it, Prue. I escaped just like I said. Just like I figured. In the back of a truck on the top. They rode me right out. Just like I figured. Only the tailgate opened up, Prue, about a mile back, and I fell out in the road. He should have seen me bounce. I must have broke something. Prue. Listen. Fatso done it, Prue. He likes to whack me in the gut. He asked me if it hurts. And I spit at him like always. Only yesterday, it was bad. He hit me. He hit me. He hit me. I had to get out, Prue. I had to get out. Why? They're gonna send you to the stockade, Prue.
No, they ain't gonna send me to the stockade.
Watch out for Fatso. Watch out for Fatso. He'll try to crack you. And if they put you in a hole, don't yell. Don't make a sound. You'll still be yelling when they come to take you out. Just lay there. Just lay there. And be quiet, Prue.
The winner is Frank Sinatra. And congratulations.
That's a clever opening. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply thrilled and very moved. And I really don't know what to say because this is a whole new kind of thing, you know, song and dance man type stuff. And I'm terribly pleased, and if I start thanking everybody, I'll do a one-reeler up here, so I better not. And I'd just like to say, however, that they're doing a lot of songs here tonight. Somebody asked me. But I love you, though. Thank you very much. I'm absolutely thrilled.
You vowed your love from here to eternity, a love so true it never would die. You gave your lips, gave them so willingly. How could I know your kiss meant goodbye? Now I'm alone with only a memory. My empty arms will never know why. Though you are gone, this love that you left with me will live from here to eternity. Now I'm alone with only a memory. My empty arms will never know why. Though you are gone, that you left with me this endless desire. We'll live from here to eternity.
Hello, this is Gene Norman. Welcome to the third show in our four-part series on the music and life of Frank Sinatra. Previously, we traced Frank's career through the big band days and the incredible period when he was the idol of millions of Bobby Soxers across the nation. Now we enter the swinging years, from April 1953 to March of 1962, when a new Frank Sinatra emerged. A time when he defied the odds and proved he could capture a whole new generation of fans. Fans who bought his records right along with the new rock and roll stars like Elvis Presley, Fats Domino, and Fabian. His first Capitol side was cut on April 2nd, 1953. Conducted by his main musical director during the Columbia years, Axel Stordahl, the song, Lean Baby.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. My lean baby, tall and thin, 5'7" of bones and skin. But when she tells me maybe she loves me, I feel as mellow as a fella can be. She's so skinny, she's so drawn. When she stands sideways, you think she's gone. But when she calls me baby, I feel fine to think she's frantically, romantically mine. She's slender, but she's tender. She makes my heart surrender. And every night when I hold her tight, the feeling is nice, my arms can go around twice. My lean baby, she's so slim, a broomstick's wider, but not as trim. And when she starts to kiss me, then I know I love her so I'll never ever let her go. No, my lean baby, strange to see, and all that nothing, it belongs to me. And though she may be scrawny, she's okay, because I wouldn't want her any other way. Man, she's so skinny, she's so drawn. When she stands sideways, you would think that she's gone. But when she calls me baby, I feel fine to think she's frantically, romantically mine. I chased her and I caught her, then a diamond ring I bought her. Hey, the diamonds shine, the ring is so fine, but here is a twist, she wears it right on her wrist. My lean baby, she's so slim, a broomstick's wider, but not as trim. And when she starts to kiss me, then I know I love her so I'll never ever let her go. My lean baby, tall and thin,
When we return, a career milestone takes place when Frank meets Nelson Riddle. Welcome back to Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. 1953 was an important year for Frank. Besides the emergence of a more swinging style of singing, he also proved his worth as a serious dramatic actor. Facing the odds, he fought against producers and motion picture executives for the coveted role of Private Maggio in the motion picture From Here to Eternity. The events you heard at the beginning of the program dramatize his strength of conviction, which resulted in his winning the Academy Award for the Best Supporting Actor of 1953. On the music front, there was also a major turning point, one which would signal the beginning of a new Sinatra trademark. It occurred with his second Capitol session on April 30th. This was the first meeting of the arranging talents of Nelson Riddle and Frank. Nelson recalls how it all came about.
The two fellas that I worked with a lot at Capitol were Voyle Gilmore and Lee Gillette, and each one of them tried me with various of their artists. I think that Frank was, when he came to Capitol, he was still doing dates with Axel Stordahl. Capitol perhaps helped persuade him that he needed a change of clothing, you might say, musical clothing. Now that Frank has once again changed clothes, or at least several times since I was associated with him, why the process is fairly common. But I think at that time the suit of clothes that he next put on was the one containing me, and Capitol recommended me because of the success I'd had with Nat Cole and other of their artists. And that's how I did World on a String.
I've got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow. Got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love. I got a song that I sing, I can make the rain go anytime I move my finger. Lucky me, can't you see I'm in love? Life is a beautiful thing, as long as I hold the string. I'd be a silly so-and-so if I should ever let it go. I got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow. Got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love. Life is a beautiful thing, as long as I hold the string. I'd be a silly so-and-so if I should ever let it go. I got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow. Got the string around my finger. What a world. Man, this is a life. Hey now, I'm so in love.
With only a few exceptions, Frank recorded exclusively with Riddle for the next 4 years. And we'll return with a new ballad sound from Frank when our radio tribute continues. Welcome back now to Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. In May of 1953, Frank went to London, England for a series of concerts. The critics proclaimed him as still the greatest male singer in pop music. On the nightclub scene, he began his association with the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas. And by the end of that year, he was part owner of the famed Desert Spot. In a November recording session, Frank developed a pop chamber feeling with arranger Nelson Riddle, particularly with a new version of Violets for Your Furs.
It was winter in Manhattan, falling snowflakes filled the air. The streets were covered with a film of ice. But a little simple magic that I'd heard about somewhere changed the weather all around, just within a trice. I bought you violets for your furs, and it was spring for a while, remember. I bought you violets for your furs, and there was April in that December. The snow drifted down on the flowers, and it melted where it lay. The snow looked like dew on the blossoms, as on a summer day. I bought you violets for your furs, and there was blue in the wintry sky. Then you pinned the violets to your furs and gave a lift to the crowds passing by. You smiled at me so sweetly. Since then, one thought occurred, that we fell in love completely the day that I bought you violets for your fur.
What is evident from that session is that people began to really listen to Sinatra the singer for the very first time. Prior to this period in his career, too much attention was diverted away from his art in favor of the mass hysteria he had created. Professionally, 1953 was an exciting year for Frank. With Nelson Riddle, he had musically developed a sound which gave the listener that famous Sinatra assurance. He was totally in control and on top. Each record was arranged and performed to emphasize the lyric content. His last session for that year took place in December and produced his first big hit at the label. The tune was Young at Heart. The lyrics seemed to tell the story of what happened to Frank Sinatra during 1953.
Fairy tales can come true. It can happen to you if you're young at heart. For it's hard, you will find, to be narrow of mind if you're young at heart. You can go to extremes with impossible schemes. You can laugh when your dreams fall apart at the seams. And life gets more exciting with each passing day. And love is either in your heart or on its way. Don't you know that it's worth every treasure on earth to be young at heart? For as rich as you are, it's much better by far to be young at heart. And if you should survive to 105, look at all you'll derive out of being alive. And here is the best part, you have a head start if you are among the very young at heart. And if you should survive to 105, look at all you'll derive out of being alive. And here is the best part, You have a head start if you are among the very young at heart.
Young at Heart became such a big hit that the song inspired a film of the same title. It co-starred Frank and Doris Day. In 1954, Frank had his own network radio program, appropriately called To Be Perfectly Frank. Here's a song he performed on one of those programs which he has never commercially recorded, Tenderly.
It's just Bill Miller sitting down on the piano bench, and he's about to join Maggio in Walter Gross's wonderful, beautiful Tenderly.
The evening breeze caress the trees tenderly. The trembling trees embrace the breeze tenderly. Then you and I came wandering by, and lost in a sigh were we. The shore was kissed by sea and mist tenderly. I can't forget how two hearts met breathlessly. Your arms opened wide and closed me inside. You took my love, you took my heart so tenderly.
We'll be back with a selection from the #1 hit album of 1954. Welcome back to Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. 1954 was a year of hit singles and hit albums. Frank's continued maturity of performance demonstrated an even further development of phrasing. This next selection is an example of Frank taking what is usually an up-tempo song and giving it fresh perspective in ballad form. It's a rare recording, one that was never released in an album.
Day out, the same old hoodoo follows me about, the same old pounding in my heart whenever I think of you. And darling, I think of you day in and day out, day out, day in. I needn't tell you how my days begin when I awaken with a tingle. One possibility in view, that possibility of maybe seeing and to me the day is fine. Then I kiss your lips and the pounding becomes the ocean's roar, 1,000 drums. And you see that it's love. Can there be any doubt? When there it is, day in, day
As you have been hearing, the Sinatra-Nelson Riddle combination was a surefire winner. The combo produced the famed Swing Easy album of 1954. It is a classic melding of talents. It also contributed greatly to the rise in popularity of long-playing albums, being one of the first really big sellers in that format. From that album, here now is Wrap Your Troubles in Dreams.
When skies are cloudy and gray, they're only gray for a day. So wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away. Until that sunshine peeps through, there's only one thing to do. Just wrap your troubles in dreams and dream all your troubles away. Your castles may tumble, that's fate after all. Life's really funny that way. No use to grumble, smile as they fall. Weren't you king for a day? Just remember that sunshine always follows the rain. So wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away. Your castles may tumble, that's fate after all. Life's really funny that way. But no need to grumble, smile as they fall. Weren't you king for a day? Just remember that sunshine always follows the rain. So wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away.
Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song will continue. This is Gene Norman and our Frank Sinatra story. Late fall of 1954, Frank hosted another radio show, the Bobby Home Permanent Show. Here is an air check of a song which Frank has never recorded for records, Hands Across the Table.
Dear Mr. Sinatra, you know that's the very formal salutation currently at the hands of Cousin Kanabe and his friend. Sam, I acknowledge the salutation, and if you will proceed to introduce me to the thoughts you have in mind, I shall endeavor to translate your piano language. Shall we say, go, go, go? Hands across the table while the lights are low. Though you hush
your lips, your fingertips. Tell me all I want to know. Hands across the table meet so tenderly, and they say in their little way that you belong to me. Hands across the table, they meet so tenderly, and they say in their little way that you belong to me.
Well, 1954 ended with a Sinatra sweep of all the major pop music polls. Billboard magazine named him #1 male vocalist, Young at Heart the #1 single record, and Swing Easy the #1 album of the year. Metronome magazine also named him the singer of the year. In the Downbeat magazine Readers' Poll, Frank regained the top position for the first time since 1947. As 1955 began, there was no doubt that Frank Sinatra had confounded the experts. People referred to his second rise to fame as a major comeback. Frank preferred the rise and fall and rise again. He said, "Man, I feel 8 feet tall. Everything is ahead of me. I'm on top of the world. I'm buoyant." And that's exactly the way he sang. On the motion picture front, 1955 was most prolific for Frank. He was one of the few stars to make 5 pictures during that year. One of them, The Man with the Golden Arm, earned him a second Academy Award nomination, this time for Best Actor. Back in the Capitol Record Studios, Frank recorded an album of ballads considered to be one of the very finest. To the arrangement of Nelson Riddle, here is the title tune.
In the wee small hours of the morning, while the whole wide world is fast asleep, you lie awake and think about the girl, and never ever think of counting sheep. When your lonely heart has learned its lesson, you'd be hers if only she would call. In the wee small hours of the morning, that's the time you miss her most of all. When your lonely heart has learned its lesson, you'd be hers if only she would call in the wee small hours of the morning. That's the time you miss her most of
What you have just experienced is another indication of the autobiographical aspect of the material Frank chose to record. At the time, his marriage to Ava Gardner was undergoing some difficulties. The result was a beautiful, yet bittersweet love album. Besides being successful, 1955 was also controversial for Frank, especially in the manner in which the press treated him. They seemed to look for or magnify sensational aspects of his life while completely ignoring his warmth and generosity.
The tables are empty, the dance floor's deserted. You play the same love song, it's the 10th time you've heard it. That's the beginning, just one of the clues. You've had your first lesson in learning the blues. The cigarettes you light, one after another, won't help you forget her and the way that you love her. You're only burning a torch you can't lose, but you're on the right track for learning the blues. When you're at home alone, the blues will taunt you constantly. When you're out in a crowd, the blues will haunt your memory. The nights when you don't sleep, the whole night you're crying, but you can't forget her. Soon you even stop trying. You'll walk that floor and wear out your shoes. When you feel your heart break, you're learning the blues. When you're at home alone, the blues will taunt you constantly. When you're out in a crowd, those blues will haunt your memory. The nights when you don't sleep, that whole night you're crying, but you can't forget her. Soon you even stop trying. You'll walk the floor and you'll wear out your shoes. When you feel your heart break, you're learning those blues.
Well, that was Learnin' the Blues, which Frank recorded in the midst of the rock and roll commotion of the 50s. He recorded what he knew and felt was the best. The result was another hit performance. When we come back, Frank makes an appearance on a TV special. Television was coming of age in 1955. There were numerous specials, some even broadcast in color. One such special was the adaptation of Thornton Wilder's classic play, Our Town, into a drama with music. Frank co-starred with Eva Marie Saint and Paul Newman in the pivotal role of the stage manager and narrator. Of the 4 songs he sang, the most popular was his hit version of
Love and marriage, go together like a horse and carriage. This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other. Love and marriage, it's an institute you can't disparage. Ask the local gentry, and they will say it's elementary. Try to separate them. It's an illusion. Try, and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by mother, you can't have one, you can't have none, you can't have one without the other. Try to separate them. It's an illusion. Try, and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by mother, you can't have one, you can't have none, you can't have one without the other.
Along with recordings, Frank's motion picture career was in full swing. He made a triumphant return to his alma mater, MGM, for The Tender Trap, co-starring with Debbie Reynolds. His performance was hailed by movie critics who finally recognized his comedy talents. The title song in the film was written by Jimmy Van Heusen and Sammy Cahn. Sammy recalls for us an interesting incident which occurred during the recording session.
He did that on Melrose in the KHJ studios and the record studios, and they had an incredibly good arrangement by Nelson Riddle. And he came to the end of the song, and all at once it seemed so nice. The folks are throwing shoes and rice. You hurry to a spot that's just a dot on the map. You wonder how it all came about. It's too late now. There's no getting out. You fell in love, and love is the tender trap. And he finished. I said, you can't do that. And he looked at me and said, what do you mean? I said, you can't do that. You got to go, and love. He said, that's an F. I said, yeah, that's an F, and you're Frank Sinatra. And he looked at me, tried to stare me down. I just looked at him. And he turned to Riddle. He said, let's go for one more. And you just listen to the F he hits at the end of The Tender Trap.
You see a pair of laughing eyes, and suddenly you're sighing sighs. You're thinking nothing's wrong, you string along, boy, then snap. Those eyes, those sighs, they're part of the tender trap. You're hand in hand beneath the trees, and soon there's music in the breeze. You're acting kind of smart until your heart just goes whap. Those trees, that breeze, they're part of the tender trap. Some starry night, when her kisses make you tingle. She'll hold you tight, and you'll hate yourself for being single. And all at once it seems so nice. The folks are throwing shoes and rides. You hurry to a spot that's just a dot on the map. You're hooked, you're cooked, you're caught in the tender trap. Some starry night when her kisses make you tingle, she'll hold you tight and you'll hate yourself for being single. And all at once it seems so nice. The folks are throwing shoes and rides. You hurry to a spot that's just a dot on the map. And then you wonder how it all came about. It's too late now, there's no getting out. You fell in love, and love is the tender trap.
When we return, you'll hear a Sinatra recording that took over 18 years to see the light of day. Welcome back now to Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. You know, Frank's respect for the lyrics of songs he sings is one of the reasons he occasionally refused to record works by the newer writers. He wasn't opposed to them, but he felt many of the up-and-coming breed were merely hacking out gimmickry for a fast buck. Frank, therefore, would often turn to some of the more established tunesmiths. One of his favorites was and still is Cole Porter. Here is the definitive version of
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me, so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I tried so not to give in. I said to myself, this affair never will go so well. But why should I try to resist when, baby, I know so well I've got you under my skin. I'd sacrifice anything, come what might, for the sake of having you near, in spite of a warning voice that comes in the night and repeats in my ear. Don't you know, little fool, you never can win. Use your mentality, wake up to reality. But each time that I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin. Sacrifice anything, come what might, for the sake of having you near, in spite of a warning voice that comes in the night and repeats how it yells in my ear. Don't you know, little fool, you never can win. Why not use your mentality? Step up, wake up to reality. Time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop just before I begin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin. Yes, I've got you under my skin.
1956 continued the increased momentum of the Sinatra swinging years. By the end of the year, he had recorded 61 songs, a figure he exceeded only in 1947. The year began with the recording of his Songs for Swinging Lovers album. From those sessions, we now present Memories of You, which was withheld from release for 18 years. In fact, this may be the first time you've ever heard this recording.
Waking skies at sunrise, every sunset too seems to be bringing me memories of you. Here and there, everywhere, scenes that we once knew, and they all just recall memories of you. How I wish I could forget those happy yesteryears that have left a rosary of tears. Your face beams in my dreams, spite of all I do. Everything seems to bring memories of you. I wish I could forget those happy yesteryears that have left a rosary of tears. Your face beams in my dreams, spite of all I do, and everything seems to bring memories of you.
Why Capitol chose to withhold that is anybody's guess. Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song will return shortly. This is our Frank Sinatra radio tribute. April 1956 was a prolific month for Frank Sinatra. In the space of 4 weeks, he cut 2 albums and 8 singles. One of the albums was with the Hollywood String Quartet. Titled Close to You and arranged by Nelson Riddle, it further refined the chamber sound. Listen as Frank sings The End of a Love Affair.
So I walk a little too fast, and I drive a little too fast, and I'm reckless, it's true, but what else can you do at the end of a love affair? So I talk a little too much, and I laugh a little too much, and my voice is too loud when I'm out in a crowd, so that people are apt to stare. Do they know, do they care that it's only that I'm lonely and low as can be, and the smile on my face isn't really a smile at all? So I smoke a little too much, and I drink a little too much, and the tunes I request are not always the best, but the ones where the trumpets blare. So I go at a maddening pace, and I pretend that it's taking her place. But what else can you do at the end of a love affair?
So I smoke a little too much, and I drink a little too much, and the tunes I request are not always the best, but the ones where the trumpets blast. So I go at a maddening pace, and I pretend that it's taking her place. But what else can you do at the end of a love
As we've noted previously, one of the ingredients which has contributed to Frank's amazing string of successes is his possession and demonstration of two important but contrasting qualities: the independent fighter and the vulnerable romantic. Qualities he does not hesitate to express through his music. If Frank Sinatra really believes in something, nothing will stop him. Besides the touching Close to You sessions, Frank also recorded more swinging sides. The following was another hit.
Hey, jealous lover, you're acting so strange. Hey, jealous lover, what is making you change? Hey, jealous lover, how wrong can you be? I'm yours ever faithful, just be faithful to me. I am just as steady as that clock on the shelf. Maybe you're accusing me of what you doing yourself. Hey, jealous lover, I'm telling you true. I know that you're jealous, but there's no one but you.
Hey, jealous lover, you're acting so strange. Hey, jealous lover, what is making you change? Hey, jealous lover, how wrong can you be? I'm yours ever faithful, just be faithful to me.
Could have cheated lots of times, but just couldn't do. I was much too busy, baby, being faithful to you. Hey, jealous lover, I'm telling you true. I know that you're jealous, but there's no one but you. There's no one for me, jealous love but you.
We'll return with comments by the one and only Bing Crosby. Hi, I'm Gene Norman. 1956 reached a highlight with Frank's appearance in the MGM musical High Society. The score was by Cole Porter, and his co-star was his boyhood idol, Bing Crosby. Bing recalls for us the making of the film.
High Society was a joy. Really a pleasure to be associated with a picture like this. Not only because we had the marvelous score by Cole Porter, some great song material, but because of the people in the cast. People like Frank Sinatra and Louis Armstrong and his band, that great group he had, Grace Kelly, and Celeste Holmes, and a marvelous director, a guy named Chuck Walters, who had been on the Broadway stage in musicals, been a dancer and a singer and a performer, and had made some very fine musical pictures for MGM. He had a great deal of success in this particular medium. And he had a good sense of humor and good taste and very easygoing sort of a fellow, pleasant to be with. He was the director, and we all had a great deal of respect for his ability, and I think he proved of us we got along famously. One of the big reasons for the success of the picture was probably Saul Chaplin, who was the musical coordinator, routine most of the material. Now You Had Jazz, he routined that, and Did You Ever, the song Frank and I did, he laid the framework for that song, and he wrote the arrangement and created the routine. Of course, we put in a few little ad-libs on the set, but very little of that number was pre-recorded. I think the number Did You Ever turned out so well because of that fact. It was rather impromptu, and it was an unusual type of number for two men alone, sort of ruminating and crying in their beer after a bad shake from their chicks. I think it, from my point of view, is one of the best two men numbers I'd ever been associated with.
I have heard among this clan you are called a forgotten man.
Is that what they're saying?
Well, did you ever?
What a swell party this is.
And have you heard the story of a boy, a girl, unrequited love?
Sounds like pure soap opera.
I may cry. Tune in tomorrow.
What a swell party this is. What frails, what frocks,
what broads,
what furs, what rocks.
They're beautiful.
Well, I've never seen such gaiety.
Neither did I.
It's all just too exquis, really.
This French champagne,
domestic,
so good for the brain. That's what I was gonna say.
You know, you're a brilliant fellow.
Thank you.
Drink up, Jack. Please don't eat that glass, my friend. Have you heard about dear Blanche? Got run down by an avalanche.
No.
Don't worry, she's a game girl, you know. Got up and finished fourth.
This kid's got guts.
Having a nice time? Grab a line.
Have you heard that Mimsy Star?
Oh, what now?
She got pinched in the Astor bar.
Sauced again, eh?
She was stoned.
Well, did you ever?
Never.
What a swell party this is.
It's great.
Oh, it's great.
It's grand.
So grand.
It's
Wonderland. La 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 ya da dum bum bum. La 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 ya da dum bum. La 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 ya da dum. We sing so rare, like old Camembert, like
Don't dig that kind of crooning, chum. Have you heard it's in the stars? Next July we collide with Mars. Well, did you ever? What a swell party. Swell party. Swelligant, elegant party. This is.
From a great composer, Cole Porter, to a great composing team was Frank's motion picture direction toward the end of the year. He began preparations for his starring role in the film version of Rodgers and Hart's Pal Joey. Frank has often said that, along with Maggio and From Here to Eternity, the role of Joey was one of his dream parts, a role, incidentally, that his pal Gene Kelly originated on Broadway. The results on screen was an outstanding performance which seemed just tailor-made for him. From the Columbia Pictures release, here's Frank's knockout version of The Lady is a Tramp.
She gets too hungry for dinner at 8. She likes the theater and never comes late. she never bothers with people she'd hate. That's why the lady is a tramp. Doesn't like crap games with barons or earls. Won't go to Harlem in ermine and pearls. Won't dish the dirt with the rest of the girls. That's why the lady is a tramp. She likes the free, fresh wind in her hair, life without care. She's broke and it's oak, hates California. It's cold and it's damp. That's why the lady is a tramp. She gets too hungry to wait for dinner at 8. She loves the theater, but never comes late. She'd never bother with people she'd hate. That's why the lady is a tramp. She'll have no crap games with Sharpies and frauds, and she won't go to Harlem in Lincolns or Fords, and she won't dish the dirt with the rest of the broads. That's why the lady is a tramp. She loves the free, fresh wind in her hair, life without care. She's broke, but it's oak, hates California. It's so cold and so damp. That's why the lady, that's why the lady, that's why the lady is a tramp.
Isn't that a classic? To this very day, that song remains in the Sinatra repertoire. And when we come back, we'll hear two of Frank's biggest hits at Capitol. Welcome back to our Frank Sinatra tribute. The year 1957 began for Frank with an appearance at New York's Copacabana nightclub. Friend and fellow entertainer Sammy Davis Jr. attended almost every midnight performance. Sammy made a very perceptive remark about that engagement. He stated that the women were gazing at Sinatra with greater admiration than ever, and now even the men were giving him beyond envy respect, because Frank was the guy who had fought the odds and won. Later in the year, Playboy magazine expanded on Sammy's observations by writing that Sinatra was the most complete, the most fantastic symbol of American maleness yet discovered. This was certainly a far cry from the 1940s, when people referred to him as that skinny boy singer and that swoon king balladeer. Still, Frank did devote much of his recordings to ballads, which were highly personal, but now with an added profoundness, especially in his album, Where Are You? The sessions were arranged and conducted by Gordon Jenkins.
Frank interprets the words differently than other people. He thinks the words are tremendously important, but my favorite song was, for many years, Lonely Town, and Frank has been quoted through the years saying that he thought that was the best record that he ever made.
New York, New York, or a village in Iowa, The only difference is the name. If you're alone, whether on Main Street or on Broadway, if you're alone, they are both the same. A town's a lonely town when you pass through, and there is no one waiting there for you. Then it's a lonely town. You wander up and down. The crowds rush by, a million faces pass before your eyes. Still, it's a lonely town unless there's love, a love that's shining like a harbor light. You're lost in the night unless there's love. The world's an empty place, and every town's a lonely town.
The collaboration between Sinatra and Jenkins was a new one. It broke an almost exclusive 4-year association with Nelson Riddle. It didn't mean a total break with Nelson, but rather the need for Frank to explore further musical expressions. In fact, the summer of 1957 saw the team of Riddle and Sinatra produce 2 of Frank's biggest hits while at Capitol Records. First, you'll hear the original version of Witchcraft, and then as a special treat, a live 1958 version recorded in Monaco of All the Way. And here they are, back to back.
Those fingers in my hair, that sly come hither stare, that strips my conscience bare, it's witchcraft. And I've got no defense for it, the heat is too intense for it. What good would common sense for it do? 'Cause it's witchcraft, that crazy witchcraft. And although I know it's strictly taboo, in me, my heart says yes indeed in me. Proceed with what you're leading me to. It's such an ancient pitch, but one that I'd never switch. 'Cause there's no nicer witch than you. When somebody loves you, it's no good unless he loves you all the way. Happy to be near you when you need someone to cheer you all the way. Taller than the tallest tree is, that's how it's got to feel. Deeper than the deep blue sea is, that's how deep it goes, if it's real. And when somebody needs you, it's no good unless he needs you all the way. Through the good or lean years and for all those in-between years, come what may. Who knows where the road will lead us? Only a fool would dare say. But if you let me love you, it's for sure I'm gonna love you all the way. All the way.
When our biography in song continues, Frank meets Billy May. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. In October of 1957, Frank worked for the first time with arranger-conductor-composer Billy May. Interestingly, May had written the first Sinatra capital side, Lean Baby, but did not arrange the recording. That was done by Axel Stordahl. When asked about his use of different arrangers, Frank said, "Billy is driving, Nelson has depth, and Gordon Jenkins is great for creating a mood." He worked with these three men almost exclusively for the remainder of his years at the label. On October 8th, the first meeting with Billy May was this album title song,
Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come fly with me, let's fly away. Come fly with me, let's float down to Peru. In Llama Land, there's a one-man band, and he'll toot his flute for you. Come fly with me, let's take off in the blue. Once I get you up there, where the air is rarefied, we'll just glide starry-eyed. Once I get you up there, I'll be holding you so near. You may hear angels cheer, 'cause we're together. Weather-wise, it's such a lovely day. You just say the words and we'll beat the birds down to Acapulco Bay. It's perfect for a flying honeymoon, they say. Come fly with me, let's fly, let's fly. Pack up, let's fly away.
In contrast to that swinging sound, Frank's 1958 recording activity concentrated a great deal on introspective songs dealing with love and loneliness. Once again, this could have been an extension of his personal feelings at that time. From the Only the Lonely album came one of the great saloon songs of all time. Composer Matt Dennis told us the following story about that song.
I wrote this with Earl Brent, very fine lyricist. Earl was working at Metro as one of the coaches out there, vocal coach, and was a fine lyric writer and melody writer too. So one night we got together and we wrote 3 songs in about 2 or 3 hours just for the fun of it, musically, just having a wonderful evening. And that's how Angel Eyes was born. It was one of the 3 songs. The song originally, you might be interested to know, was called So Have Another Beer on Me. It didn't have a class to it about the title, so Earl just changed it, and thank goodness.
Hey, drink up, all you people, and order anything you see. Have fun, you happy people. The drink and the laughs on me. Try to think that love's not around. Still it's uncomfortably near. My old heart ain't gaining any ground because my angel eyes ain't here. Angel eyes that old devil sent, they glow unbearably bright. Need I say that my love's misspent with angel eyes tonight? So drink up, all of you people, order anything you see, and have fun, you happy people. The drink and the laughs on me. Pardon me, but I gotta run. The facts uncommonly clear. I gotta find who's now the number one, and why my angel eyes ain't here. Excuse me while I disappear.
Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song will continue with the final chapter of the Capitol years. Gene Norman again, and our Frank Sinatra story. In early 1959, Frank appeared at the 500 Club in Atlantic City, New Jersey. During his 8-day engagement there, it was reported that over 200 women required hospitalization due to the panic he created by his appearances. One middle-aged lady was reported to have thrown herself in front of his limousine, screaming, "Run me over, Frankie, run me over." Of course, he didn't. As he had done in the 1940s for Franklin Roosevelt, in 1960, Frank curtailed much of his professional activity to campaign for John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Still, he managed to have some time for recording. On April 12th, with a fine Nelson Riddle arrangement, Frank made another hit record.
Let's take it nice and easy. It's gonna be so easy for us to fall in love. Hey baby, what's your hurry? Relax and don't you worry. We're gonna fall in love. We're on the road to romance, that's safe to say, but let's make all the stops along the way. The problem now, of course, is to simply hold your horses. To rush would be a crime, 'cause nice and easy does it every time. Safe to say, but let's make all the stops along the way. The problem now, of course, is to simply hold your horses. To rush would be a crime, 'cause nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it every time. Like the man says, one more time. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it every time.
Frank's strong feelings for what he believed was right were demonstrated in 1961 when he turned producer and presented the inaugural gala for President Kennedy, as well as a Carnegie Hall tribute for Martin Luther King. His independent spirit also helped him to realize a dream, the formation of his own record company. While beginning recording projects for his new company, Frank returned to Capitol to etch one last side on March 6, 1962.
I got a right to sing the blues. I got a right to feel low down. I got a right to hang around down around the river. A certain gal in this old town keeps dragging my poor heart around. All I see for me is misery. I got a right to sing the blues. I got a right to moan and sigh.
I got a right to sit and cry down around the river. I know the deep blue sea will soon be calling me. It must be love, say what you choose. I got a right to sing the blues. I know the deep blue sea will soon be calling me. It must be love, say what you choose. I got a right to sing the blues.
I've Got a Right to Sing the Blues indeed may have reflected Capitol's feelings on losing Sinatra's services, but for Frank it was a release into a completely new and challenging world as head of his own label, Reprise Records. This was to become still another exciting and successful chapter in his amazing career. As his own boss, he began to record with a new vigor and soon attracted major recording artists to the label. This will be the subject of part 4 of our radio documentary, Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. Hello again, this is Gene Norman. Welcome to the final chapter of our radio tribute to the life and music of Frank Sinatra. You know, Frank is one of the few performers in entertainment history to span decades and even generations and consistently remain on top. So far, we've traced the Sinatra career through the early big band days, the Bobby Sox period, and the swinging years. Incredible as it may seem, new horizons and vistas still awaited Sinatra, both in musical expression and as a business executive. Beginning in 1960, Frank began mapping plans for an exciting new venture, the formation of his own record company, Reprise Records. On December 19th, he recorded 7 songs for his new label. His singing generated a feeling of new life and freedom. Let's listen now to A Foggy Day.
A foggy day in London town had me low, had me down. I viewed the morning with alarm. The British Museum had lost its charm. How long, I wondered, could this thing last? But the age of miracles hadn't passed. Suddenly I saw you there, and in foggy London town the sun was shining everywhere. A foggy day in London town, it had me low and it also had me down. I looked at the morning with much alarm. The British Museum, it lost its charm. How long, I wondered, could this thing last? But the age of miracles, they hadn't passed. For suddenly I saw you there, and in foggy London town the sun was shining everywhere.
Frank used a mixture of new arrangers to reflect a new spirit in his early reprise dates. The selection we've just played was arranged and conducted by Johnny Mandel. Then on December 21st, Frank worked with Felix Slatkin. Out of the 3 songs recorded came the first Sinatra reprise single, Sammy Kahn and Jimmy Van Heusen's The Second Time Around.
Love is lovelier the second time around. Just as wonderful with both feet on the ground. It's that second time you hear your love song sung. Makes you think, perhaps, that love like youth is wasted on the young. Love's more comfortable the second time you fall, like a friendly home the second time you call. Who can say what led us to this miracle
we found there are those who bet love comes but once, and yet I'm oh so glad we met the second time around. Who can say what led us to this miracle we found? There are those who bet love comes but once, and yet I'm very glad we met the second time around.
When we return, Frank and Cy Oliver reunite for a tribute to Tommy Dorsey. Our Frank Sinatra story continues. The fact that Frank was finally in full control of his recording activities gave him new vigor in all of his endeavors. In 1960, he appeared in 2 major motion pictures, the big 20th Century Fox musical Can-Can and his own production of Ocean's 11, which featured many of his pals. In the cast were Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., Peter Lawford, and Joey Bishop. Together, they were known as the Clan. About the time the film was released, both Dean and Sammy joined Frank at Reprise. In those formative days, the label fast became known as the company where the artist came first and wasn't merely treated as a commodity. Then, in the spring of 1961, Frank began to record an album dedicated to the man he felt was most influential in his early career. Titled I Remember Tommy, it was arranged and conducted by Dorsey alumnus Cy Oliver. Cy recalls how the album came into being and talks about the recording session.
Frank and Sammy Davis and a couple of other their friends, Dean Martin was one of them, did a concert to raise funds for Martin Luther King. The concert was at Carnegie Hall here in New York, and I conducted for the concert. And during that time, during the time we were rehearsing for the concert, Frank suggested that we do the album, that he had planned to do such an album, and asked me if I'd be interested in doing it. And of course I was. I was delighted at the prospect. And we discussed the tunes, selected the tunes, and arrived at the keys. And he went back to California, and I did the arrangements here in New York, and I joined them in California. Well, as I remember it, the mood was rather extraordinary. Many of the fellows in the band were Dorsey alumni who had moved to California to live. And it was a sort of a reunion. It was just a ball. The whole thing was really great. And I remember when we did Dorsey's theme, Getting Sentimental Over You, after Frank did after the very last note, it ends very quietly, very softly. There was a dead silence in the studio for almost a minute. Nobody said anything. Nobody moved. It was almost as though Tommy were there.
Never thought I'd fall, but now I hear love call. I'm getting sentimental over you. Things you say and do just thrill me through and through. I'm getting sentimental over you. I thought I was happy, I could live without love. Now I must admit, love is all that I'm thinking of. Won't you please be kind and just make up your mind that you'll be sweet and gentle. Be gentle with me, because I'm sentimental over you.
I Remember Tommy was released in October and made the top 10 across the nation by the following December. Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song, will return in just a few moments. Gene Norman here, and Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. Back on the motion picture screen, Frank appeared in The Devil at 4 O'Clock and then Sergeants 3. He also recorded 3 more albums for Reprise, and due to time remaining on his Capitol Records contract, had 2 new albums released by his former label. On one of the Reprise albums, Frank was accompanied by Billy May. From that album, Sinatra Swings, comes Frank's rendition of Dean Martin's hit,
You're nobody till somebody loves you. You're nobody till somebody cares. You may be king, you may possess the world and its gold, but gold won't bring you happiness when you're growing old. The world still is the same, you'll never change it. As sure as the stars shine above, you're nobody till somebody loves you. Find yourself somebody to love. You're a nobody till somebody loves you. You're a nobody till somebody cares. You may be a king, you may possess the whole world and its gold, but gold won't bring you happiness when you're getting old. The world still is the same, you'll never change it. As sure as the stars shine above, you're nobody, nobody till somebody loves you. So find yourself somebody, gotta get yourself somebody, because you're nobody till somebody loves you. You're nobody somebody till somebody cares. You may be a king, you might possess the big fat world and its gold. The gold won't bring you happiness when you're growing old. The whole world's the same. You'll never change it as sure as the stars shine above. You're nobody till somebody loves you. So find yourself somebody to love.
On November 20th of 1961, Frank had his first association with an arranger who would play an important part in his future, Don Costa. The album was called Sinatra and Strings. It presented a beautiful change of pace for Frank. One of the results of that first collaboration was
I hadn't anyone till you. I was a lonely one I used to lie awake and wonder if there could be a someone in this wide world just made for me. And now I see I had to save my love for you. I never gave my love to you. And through my lonely heart demanding it, Cupid took a hand in it. I hadn't anyone till you. And through my lonely heart demanding it, Cupid took a hand in it. I hadn't anyone to
With his new enterprise in full swing, 1961 ended on both high notes and high jinks. The Clan received front-page news treatment for their impromptu nightclub appearances, especially in Las Vegas. Of course, some of the press attacked the Friends as acting in a juvenile fashion, but many more praised them as fine entertainers and for their public spiritedness and generous support of worthy causes. In his quest for new sounds and directions, Frank never forgot his roots, nor his respect for musical excellence. His first 1962 recording session took place on January 17th. It was with Gordon Jenkins. The songs were arranged in waltz tempo, and one of them was The Girl Next Door.
The moment I saw her smile, I knew she was just my style. My only regret is we've never met, for I dream of her all the while. But she doesn't know I exist, no matter how I may persist. So it's clear to see there's no hope for me, though I live at 5135 Kensington Avenue and she lives at 5133. How can I ignore the girl next door? I love her more than I can say. Doesn't try to please me, doesn't even tease me, and she never sees me glance her way. And though I'm heart sore, the girl next door, affection for me won't display. Adore her, so I can't ignore her. The girl next door. The girl next door.
Frank gives a memorable concert in Paris when we return. Welcome back to our Frank Sinatra radio tribute. After filming The Manchurian Candidate, a critical success for Frank, he again went into the recording studio with still another new arranger, this time Neil Hefti. The date was April 10th. 3 sessions were planned to complete the album, Sinatra and Swinging Brass. But the rapport between Frank, Hefti, and the band was so great that they completed the album in only 2 sessions. It's even reported that following the final take of They Can't Take That Away From Me, the usually blasé musicians stood up and applauded. And here now is that performance.
The way you wear your hat, the way you sip your tea, the memory of all that. No, no, they can't take that away from me. The way your smile just beams, the way you sing off key, the way you haunt my dreams. No, no, they can't take that away from me. We may never, never meet again on the bumpy road to love. Still I'll always, always keep the memory of the way you hold your knife, the way we danced till 3, the way you've changed my life. No, no, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me. We may never, never, never meet again on the bumpy road to love. Still I'll always, always keep that memory of the way you hold your knife, the way we danced till 3, the way you changed my life. No, no, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away. They won't take that away, 'cause they can't take that away from me.
Frank next embarked on a grueling round-the-world tour, which lasted from April through June of 1962. He performed in Tokyo, Athens, Tel Aviv, Rome, Paris, London, and many more world capitals. He personally paid all expenses for 7 musicians, his manager, and a film crew, so that all proceeds from the concerts would go to charities for underprivileged children. The reason for this remarkable and exhausting tour was simply stated by Frank. He considered himself overprivileged, and he wanted to help the underprivileged. Over $1 million was donated to charity around the world as a result of Frank's efforts. The Paris concert was given at the famed Lido Theater. Guitarist Al Viola vividly remembers that evening.
It was very exciting for me. I had met some musicians there just before the concert that, they had asked me if I was going to do a number with Sinatra, and it was just an exciting night.
We'd like to do one of the great Cole Porter songs, one of the best songs written in the world in the past 100 years, you might say. We feature Mr. Viola at the guitar. Like the beat, beat, beat of the tom-tom when the jungle shadows fall, like the tick-tick-tock of a stately clock as it stands against the wall, like the drip, drip, drip of the raindrops when the summer shower is through. So a voice within me keeps repeating, you, you, you. Night and day,
You are the one. Only you beneath the moon or under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you day and night, night and day. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic's boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you night and day.
Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song, will continue. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. Aware of Frank's continuous activity and acclaim, Capitol Records challenged Reprise to an album race and began issuing special Sinatra packages. Between the two companies, Frank had one of the biggest album sales periods in his career. By year's end, 14 of his LPs appeared on the best-selling charts. 1963 began with an important reunion for Frank. His most influential arranger during the great Capitol period was finally free of his contract and available to record. As a result, Frank and Nelson Riddle recorded another Con Van Heusen song. Sammy Kahn gives some interesting history on the tune.
One of my first great thrills of writing with Van Heusen was writing for Fred Astaire for a film called Papa's Delicate Condition. We wrote a song called Call Me Irresponsible. A funny thing, you know, when if I say to you that song was written for Fred Astaire and you listen to it again, you can say, yes, of course, who else would that song be for? Fred Astaire. Call me irresponsible, call me unreliable, throw in undependable too. The song was on the shelf for 7 years. And Frank Sinatra knew this song. When the picture was finally made with Jackie Gleason, Sinatra had the first record on Call Me Irresponsible.
Call me irresponsible, call me unreliable, throw in undependable too. Do my foolish alibis bore you? Well, I'm not too clever, I just adore you. Call me unpredictable, tell me I'm impractical. Rainbows I'm inclined to pursue. Call me irresponsible, yes, I'm unreliable, but it's undeniably true. I'm irresponsibly mad
for Call me irresponsible. Yes, I'm unreliable, but it's undeniably true. I'm irresponsibly mad for you.
Our Frank Sinatra story will return. This is Gene Norman. You know, the reunion of Frank Sinatra and Nelson Riddle was naturally big news in music circles. Many people predicted more of those easy swing type albums from the duo. They forgot, however, that they were talking about an artist who was and is always musically on the move and not one to look back to yesterday. In February of 1963, Frank and Nelson returned to the studio to record a very special album. Frank selected a number of true pop classics. Nelson took the songs and gave them extended concert-style arrangements. The album was appropriately titled The Concert Sinatra. A highlight of the session was Frank's moving version of Rodgers and Hammerstein's Soliloquy from Carousel.
I wonder what he'll think of me. I guess he'll call me the old man. I guess he'll think I can lick every other fella's father. Well, I can. I bet that he turns out to be the spitting image of his dad, but he'll have more common sense than his puddin'-headed father ever had. I'll teach him to wrestle and dive through a wave when we go in the morning for our swim. His mother can teach him the way to behave, but she won't make a sissy out of him. Not him, not my boy, not Bill. My boy Bill, I will see that he's named after me. I will. My boy Bill, he'll be tall and as tough as a tree. Will Bill, like a tree, he'll grow with his head held high and his feet planted firm on the ground. And you won't see nobody dare to try to boss him or toss him around. No pot-bellied, baggy-eyed bully'll boss him around. I don't give a damn what he does, as long as he does what he likes. He can sit on his tail or work on a rail with a hammer and spikes. He can ferry a boat on a river or pedal a pack on his back, or work up and down the streets of a town with a whip and a horse and a hack. He can haul a scow along a canal, run a cow around a corral, or maybe bark for a carousel. Of course it takes talent to do that well. He might be champ of the heavyweights, or a fella that sells you glue, or president of the United States. That'd be all right, too. His mother would like that, but he wouldn't be president unless he wanted to be. not Bill. My boy Bill, he'll be tall and as tough as a tree. Will Bill, like a tree, he'll grow with his head held high and his feet planted firm on the ground. And you won't see nobody dare to try to boss him or toss him around. No fat-bottomed, flabby-faced, pot-bellied, baggy-eyed bully'll boss him around. And I'm damned if he'll marry his boss's daughter, a skinny-lipped virgin with blood like water, who'll give him a peck and call it a kiss, and look in his eyes through a lorgnette. Say, why am I taking on like this? My kid ain't even been born yet. I can see him when he's 17 or so, and starting in to go with a girl. I can give him lots of pointers, very sound, on the way to get round any girl. I can tell him, wait a minute, could it be? What the hell? What if he is a girl? You can have fun with a son, but you've got to be a father to a girl. She mightn't be so bad at that. A kid with ribbons in her hair, a kind of neat and petite little tintype of her mother. What a pair! My little girl, pink and white as peaches and cream is she. My little girl is half again as bright as girls were meant to be. Dozens of boys pursue her, many a likely lad does what he can to woo her from her faithful dad. She has a few pink and white young fellas of 2 and 3, but my little girl gets hungry every night, and she comes home to me. I gotta get ready before she comes. Gotta make certain that she won't be dragged up in slums with a lot of bums like me. She's gotta be sheltered and fed and dressed in the best that money can buy. I never knew how to get money, but I'll try, by God, I'll try. I'll go out and make it, or steal it, or take it, or die.
motion pictures, Frank has appeared in a number of musicals which were originally Broadway hits, including Pal Joey, On the Town, and Can-Can. In 1955, he had appeared with Marlon Brando in Guys and Dolls, which had a score by Frank Lesser. Because of unusual casting, to say the least, Frank really didn't get to sing the best songs. On July 24th, 1963, he corrected that by recording an album of Guys and Dolls selections with Dean Martin, Sammy Davis, Debbie Reynolds, and others. Here is Frank's driving performance of Luck Be a Lady.
Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck if you've ever been a lady to begin with. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck let a gentleman see how nice a dame you can be. I know the way you treated other guys you've been with. Luck be a lady with me. A lady doesn't leave her escort. It isn't fair, and it's not nice. A lady doesn't wander all over the room and blow on some other guy's dice. So let's keep the party polite. Never get out of my sight. Stick with me, baby, I'm the guy that you came in with. Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady.
Yeah. Frank's 1963 recording activity was concentrated mostly in a concept album approach. Musically, he seemed to be going through a transition period rather than just trying for that hit single. He took the opportunity to record many tunes he had long admired. He also began a 2-year association with the great Count Basie Band. Together they appeared in top clubs and concert halls across the nation. We'll be back shortly. This is Frank Sinatra, Biography in Song. Frank's life took a number of dramatic turns in the second half of 1963. In August, he merged Reprise Records with Warner Brothers Records. He became special assistant to the president of Warner Brothers Pictures, Jack Warner, on motion picture and television projects, and also had his own motion picture production company. Then, in September, Frank Sinatra Jr. had his official launching as a performer when he opened at the Americana Hotel in New York City with Sam Donahue and the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra. The debut was very successful, but marred the following December when Frank Jr. was kidnapped during an engagement at Lake Tahoe. Fortunately, he was returned unharmed and the kidnappers were apprehended. 1964 was another active year for Frank in motion pictures. 4 for Texas, another in the series of films with his buddies, was released. He produced and made his debut as a director in the first Japanese-American co-production, None But the Brave. And then he produced another film with the Klan, Robin and the Seven Hoods. For the film, a roaring 20s musical spoof on the Robin Hood legend, Jimmy Van Heusen and Sammy Cahn provided a sparkling score. It featured one of Frank's most popular hits,
This is my kind of town, Chicago is. My kind of town, Chicago is. My kind of people too. People who smile at you, and each time I roam, Chicago is calling me home. Chicago is why I just grin like a clown. It's my kind of town. My kind of town, Chicago is. My kind of town, Chicago is. My kind of razzmatazz, and it has all that jazz. And each time I leave, Chicago is tugging my sleeve. Chicago is the Wrigley Building. Chicago is the Union Stockyard. Chicago is one town that won't let you down. It's my kind of
Frank's record album sales remained consistent, but it was now time for a hit single. Reprise brought in producer Jimmy Bowen to concentrate on singles. Jimmy had had hits with Sammy Davis, Dean Martin, and many other artists at the label. Recorded on June 19, 1964, with a good commercial arrangement by Ernie Freeman, the first effort of the trio was
Softly I will leave you, softly, for my heart would break if you should wake and see me go. So I leave you softly, long before you miss me, long before your arms can beg me stay for one more hour or one more day. After all the years, I can't bear the tears to fall so softly as I leave you there. After all the years, I can't bear the tears to fall so softly as I leave you there, as I leave you there, as I leave you there.
1965 was the occasion for Frank Sinatra's 50th birthday and 25th anniversary in show business. He was featured in lengthy stories in 3 leading magazines, Life, Look, and Newsweek. CBS TV produced a documentary on his life, and his NBC television special, A Man and His Music, won an Emmy Award as Best Musical Special of the Year. It was the first of a brilliant series of TV specials. Musically, Frank turned to Gordon Jenkins for a mood-setting album which was both reflective and autobiographical. From the album September of My Years comes this magnificent Sinatra performance of It Was a Very Good Year.
When I was 17, it was a very good year. It was a very good year for small town girls and soft summer nights. We'd hide from the lights on the village green. When I was 17, when I was 21, it was a very good year. It was a very good year for city girls who lived up the stair with all that perfumed hair. And it came undone when I was 21. When I was 35, it was a very good year. It was a very good year for blue-blooded girls of independent means. We'd ride in limousines, their chauffeurs would drive. when I was 35. But now the days are short. I'm in the autumn of the year, and now I think of my life as vintage wine from fine old kegs. From the brim to the dregs, it poured sweet and clear. It was a very good year.
We'll be back with Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin at the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas right after this. Although reflective in his music and often hinting at possible retirement, the zest which Frank had for life and work never subsided. He was still the talk of the press and public, and the so-called summit meetings on stage at the Sands Hotel in Vegas were the most sought-after tickets in the desert town. A typical meeting of Frank and Dean sounded like the following, after which Frank, with the help of Count Basie, swings, "You Make Me Feel So Young."
Hi, everybody.
He arrived.
How'd everybody get in our room?
Say, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes.
Why, am I in town?
Now be serious.
I tried being serious, Frank. All I could get was construction work. You know what a thrill it is to get a hernia at $62.50 a week?
Now, Dean.
He was here a minute ago. I'll get him. Hey, baby.
Listen, I want to talk to you about your drinking.
What happened? I miss around?
No, you didn't miss around. I want to talk to you about the amount that you drink. Have you heard, are you cognizant of the fact that they are saying things?
Am I what, isn't?
You know what they're saying about you?
And how about you?
Me?
Yeah, you with that elevated suit on. Yeah, you. You shoot a pretty good stick with that bottle yourself.
Ah, but I don't inhale.
If you're going to hit me with logic, I don't want to chit-chat. Let's have a drink.
What? You are drinking.
Oh, is that my hand? All right.
What I'm trying to say to you is that why do you drink so much?
I drink to forget.
To forget what?
I don't know. I forgot that long time ago.
You know, I figured out the only time you don't drink is when you're asleep.
Don't bet on it.
Answer me something.
Question me.
What is this gripping compulsion that you have constantly to drink?
Well, Frank.
Why do you drink so much?
Well, you see, my structure craves and needs alcohol.
Oh.
I'm all right. My body's a drunk. That's all. You'd think, Zach, I'm trying to put a little heat in this room. I'm freezing.
Take your hand out of the ice bucket.
Oh.
Tell me something. Do you fall in the street a lot?
It's the only time I get any rest, Frank.
Well, what happens when you fall in the street?
I hurt myself. What did you say?
That's not the answer.
No, you think these are cufflinks? These are curb feelers. That's how I get around.
Now, I think I better sing before I turn 51. I mean 29, excuse me. You make me feel so young. You make me feel like spring is sprung. Every time I see you grin, such a happy individual. The moment that you speak, I wanna run and play hide and seek. I wanna go and bounce the moon just like a toy balloon. You and I, we're just like a couple of tots running around the meadow, picking up all those forget-me-nots. You make me young. You make me feel there are songs to be sung, lots of bells to be rung, and a wonderful fling to be flung. And even when I'm old and gray, I'm gonna feel the way I do today, because you make me feel so, man, I just feel so. You make me feel so young.
When we return, the biggest Sinatra hit of all time is recorded. Welcome back now to our Frank Sinatra story. In 1966, in the middle of the rage by the record-buying public for such groups as the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and Sonny and Cher, and individuals like Bob Dylan and Elvis, Frank again defied the odds and had another string of #1 hits. Producer Jimmy Bowen recalls how one of those hits came about.
One night I got home about midnight, and there was a package, and I went out to my office, and it was the Stranger in the Night lyric, and I just flipped over it. It was a great marriage of lyric and melody. A couple days later, I went over to Sinatra's office, which was across the street in the picture lot, and I played the song for him, and he liked it very much. And it was like on a Thursday, and we set a session for the following Monday. So we went in Monday night and did it. Recorded Strangers in the Night. We mixed down that night, and I had about 10 friends of mine come down, and we cut acetates off the master tape, and we ran them to the airport from like 2 in the morning till 7. We put them on planes to each major city, and then we had our people in those cities meet the plane, pick it up, and we were on the air Tuesday morning almost nationwide, and the record was almost an instant hit.
Strangers in the night, exchanging glances, wandering in the night. What were the chances we'd be sharing love before the night was through? Something in your eyes was so inviting, something in your smile was so exciting, something in my heart told me I must have you. Strangers in the night, two lonely people, we were strangers in the night, up to the moment when we said our first hello. Little did we know, was just a glance away, a warm embracing dance away. And ever since that night, we've been together, lovers at first sight. In love forever, it turned out so right, for strangers in the night. Just a glance away, a warm embracing dance away. Ever since that
Riding high in popularity, his business interests doing well, and having married actress Mia Farrow, Frank celebrated his good fortune by recording a rhythm and blues flavored song, That's Life. Rather than play the commercially released record, we've chosen an outstanding and rare in-person performance. Recorded at the Oakland Coliseum in California, it shows the vitality of Frank in person. Pianist-conductor Bill Miller remembers that evening.
One of the things I remember most about that one was his the rapport he had with the audience. It was just so alive. He was singing "That's Life" at the time, and for some reason, unbeknownst to me, it sounded exceptionally. He sounded exceptionally great on it that night.
Hey, that's life. That's what all the people say. You riding high in April, shot down in May. But soon I'm gonna change that tune. When I'm back on top, sitting way up there in that mother this coming June. I said that's life. And as strange as it seems, I know a couple of cats get their kicks stepping on dreams. But I ain't never gonna let it get me down, because this crazy old world keeps going around and around. I've been a piper, a poet, a peasant, a pirate, a pawn and a king. I've been up and down and over and out, so I know one thing. Each time I find myself flat on my face, I pick myself up and get back in the race. That's life. You better believe it. Ain't no way to deny it. A couple of times last month I was going to pack my luggage and get on a train and get out of town, but my heart wouldn't buy it. If I didn't think it was worth one try, and I'd hop on a big bird and I'd fly. I've been a piper, a poet, a peasant, a pirate, a pawn and a king. I've been up and down and over and out, so I know one thing. Each time I find myself laying there flat on my face, I get myself up and get back in the race. That's life. Oh yeah, that's life. And don't you ever deny it. I was gonna take a powder, baby, but my heart wouldn't buy it. However, if there ain't nothing jumping this coming July, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and die.
Our 50th anniversary tribute to Frank Sinatra will continue after the following messages. This is Gene Norman once again. You know, a certain plaintive and reflective quality dominated Frank Sinatra's recordings in the late 60s. This raised a lot of speculation that he was perhaps planning to retire from show business. When asked about it, Frank would never actually deny the possibility, but nevertheless, on July 24, 1968, Frank Sinatra and Don Costa recorded a song that helped to fuel the speculation that retirement was near. Here is that song. It's called Cycles.
So I'm down and so I'm out, but so are many others. So I feel like trying to hide my head neath these covers. Life is like the seasons. After winter comes the spring. So I'll keep this smile a while and see what tomorrow brings. I've been told, and I believe, that life is meant for living. And even when my chips are low, there's still some left for giving. I've been many places, maybe not as far as you. So I think I'll stay a while and see if some dreams come true. There isn't much that I have learned through all my foolish years, except that life keeps running in cycles. First there's laughter, then those tears. But I'll keep my head up high, although I'm kinda tired. My gal just up and left last week. Friday I got fired. You know, it's almost funny, but things can't get worse than now. So I'll keep on trying to sing, but please, just don't ask me now.
When we return, Frank records songs by America's Poet Laureate. Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song, continues. Frank's respect for the lyrics of a song is well known. Therefore, in March of 1969, it wasn't too surprising that in his next endeavor, he turned to Rod McEwen. The album was called A Man Alone. This was the first time in Frank's career that he devoted an entire album to the work of one man. Rod tells us how the album was conceived.
Frank expressed a desire to meet me, and so after a birthday concert at Carnegie Hall, I went to meet him. I went off immediately after meeting him, and I was getting ready to go to Europe for a tour. And the tour over, I spent a month in England and in Italy writing the songs. So we set about to record it. Of course, during all that time, we saw a lot of each other, and we talked a lot, and we switched some of the songs. Frank found an old song of mine, a song that I'd written for him years ago that had never been able to get to him. It had been recorded by the Kingston Trio, it had been recorded by Glenn Yarborough, but it had never been a hit, and it was called Love's Been Good to Me.
I have been a rover, I have walked alone, hiked 100 highways, never found a home. Still and all I'm happy, the reason is you see, once in a while along the way, love's been good to me. There was a girl in Denver before the summer storm. Oh, her eyes were tender, oh, her arms were warm, and she could smile away the thunder, kiss away the rain. Even though she's gone away,
won't hear me complain. I've been a rover, I have walked alone, hiked 100 highways, never found a home. Still in all I'm happy. The reason is, you see, once in a while along the way, love's been good to me.
On May 18, 1969, Apollo 10 lifted off from Cape Kennedy on a journey that would take it through the darkness of space. Its mission? To find future landing sites on the moon for the flights to follow. On their way towards Lunar Rendezvous, Commander Tom Stafford sent the following transmission back to Apollo Control.
This is just so that you guys don't get too excited about the TV and forget what your job is down there.
We're ready for what we're about to receive.
Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me.
Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. With song, let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you.
Just wanted to send some thoughts back to you.
Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song, will continue after this time out. This is the Frank Sinatra story. From mere incidentals to moments of importance, throughout his career, whatever Frank Sinatra did was given wide attention by the press. This was very dramatically evident in 1971 when Frank announced that he was indeed retiring from show business. The news was first received by his fans in stunned disbelief. But Frank stated that he had been working for over 3 decades with hardly a moment for himself. His final appearance was to be a charity event at the Music Center in Los Angeles. The occasion was in honor of the Motion Picture and Television Relief Fund. Frank Sinatra's retirement became almost a matter of national concern. It was reported that he received tens of thousands of letters asking him to record again. Then, in 1973, after 2 years of retirement, word leaked out that he was to enter a recording studio. Perhaps he missed the momentum of his show business activities. Perhaps he missed the excitement, the joy of performing. Or maybe he recognized the return of quality music and wanted to be a part of it. Many developed theories as to the reason for his return, but all agreed it was good to have the leader back. His return album, which was also the name of a television special, was Old Blue Eyes Is Back. One of the highlights was Frank's rendition of Send in the Clowns. During a summer concert tour in 1974, Frank sang Clowns, accompanied by only a piano.
I think it's appropriate at this moment in the show to do something very quiet.
Isn't it rich? Are we a pair? Me here at last on the ground, you in mid-air. Send in the clowns. Isn't it bliss? Don't you approve? One who keeps tearing around, one who can't move. But where are the clowns? Send in the clowns. Just when I stopped opening doors, finally finding the one that I wanted was yours. Making my entrance again with my usual flair, sure of my lines. Nobody's there. Don't you love a farce? My fault, I fear. I thought that you'd want what I want. Sorry, my dear. But where are the clowns? There ought to be clowns. Don't bother, they're here.
Frank's concert appearances continued to remain in the forefront during the latter part of the 70s. His singing was better than ever, as evidenced by sold-out performances in Las Vegas and sold-out concerts at Carnegie Hall in New York. He also appeared before President Anwar Sadat of Egypt at the foot of the Great Pyramids in a very outstanding concert appearance, as well as an in-person performance in front of 140,000 appreciative Brazilian fans in Rio de Janeiro. On July 11, 1976, Frank married the former Barbara Marx in Palm Springs, and then he and his bride returned to a worldwide concert tour. At the beginning of 1978, Frank's record producer, the late Sonny Burke, proposed a recording project unprecedented in the singer's career. It took nearly a year and a half to complete, but finished in late 1979, Trilogy featured songs of the past, the present, and even the future. From the present portion of Trilogy came Frank Sinatra's first hit recording of the 80s, the theme from New York, New York.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I a city that doesn't sleep, and find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. These little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York. In a city that never sleeps, and find I'm a number one, top of the list, king of the hill, a number one. These little town blues start of it in old New York. And if I can make it there, I'm gonna make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York.
Well, that recording of New York, New York was a million seller for Frank, and it came more than 40 years after his first hit, All or Nothing at All with Harry James. Well, Frank's performing schedule continued into 1982 with an occasional time out for a single or album release. And then in 1983, the singer taped a spectacular television special for cable called Concert for the Americas. It showed a latter-day Sinatra in really top form. In 1984, Frank received the Kennedy Center Honor for Lifetime Achievement. In May of 1985, President Reagan presented the singer with the coveted Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor for Frank's contribution to American music. As Frank Sinatra entered his 50th year in show business, he remained, as always, in the public eye. You know, Frank really continues to be the premier interpreter of popular songs. He's a true original, the last of the saloon singers. We salute you, Mr. Sinatra, on your golden anniversary. We now conclude our program with a song that truly says it all about Frank's career.
We will now do the national anthem, but you needn't rise. And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll make it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full, traveled each and every highway, and more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do. I saw it through without exemption.
I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more than this, I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows, and I did it my
Frank Sinatra, Biography and Song was produced and directed by Peter Klein, written by Richard Oliver, with Rick Ross as music consultant. Our engineering supervisor was John Anderson. This is Gene Norman speaking. This has been a Cat Whisker production.